All right, I want to request all of us to be upstanding, and we receive our guest of honor, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Great Republic of Rwanda, and we'll receive him with a deep round of applause the moment he walks into that door in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's appreciate the Right Honorable Prime Minister as he joins us for this 7th edition of the Mining Week, celebrating the communities and the impact that the mining sector continues to have on the societies. Another round of applause, more energy please. Amashimenshi chane, 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 chane. Thank you so much. We may all have our seats now. I must say that Musaneza Chan, you look amazing, and I wanted to remind all of us, niba ushaka kumva ivyo biri kuvugwa mu rurimi rw'icyongereza, the channel is 1, mu Kinyarwanda is channel 2. We have simultaneous translation to be able to ensure that nobody is left behind in today's conversation. If you're hearing my voice for the first time, seeing me for the first time, as always, my name is Vujen Anangwe. I want to start off this session by introducing our first speaker, who is going to be able to give us the welcoming remarks, and that is none other than the Chief Executive Officer of the Rwanda Mines, Petroleum and Gas Board. Let's put our hands together for Kamanzi Francis. Let's appreciate him as he comes. CEO would like you to come and deliver the opening remarks. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers here present, Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Heads of Institutions, the Chairman of Rwanda Mining Association, the Chairman of Uganda Chamber of Mines Petroleum, le Président de la Chambre secrétaire des Mines et Carrières du Burundi, representatives of international organizations accredited to Rwanda, members of mining and quarry industries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. I welcome you all to the 7th edition of Rwanda Mining Week as we celebrate the mining contribution to community development. Every 4th of December, we gather to celebrate International Mining Day, marking the starting of Rwanda Mining Week, co-organized by the Rwanda Mining Association and the University of Rwanda to reflect on the sector's growing impact on our economy. Therefore, I'm thrilled that this event brings together significant mining players and, more importantly, gives us a special platform to foster meaningful connections, exchange experience and knowledge, as well as discussing investment potential in the mining industry. Mining happens in communities, and our sector prides itself on being a lifeline for thousands of our people living in the rural areas where the mineral extraction and processing takes place. In this context, our mining industry is capitalizing on professionalization and mechanization to boost national and local entrepreneurship, enhance livelihoods, and promote integrated rural, social, and economic development. Rwanda is one of the largest producers of 3 Ts, that is tin, tantalum, and tungsten, and high volume of precious gemstones. These are precious minerals such as ruby, sapphire, amethyst, and tamarin. These are precious minerals and other minerals such as lithium and beryllium. We have also rare earth elements as well as beryl. Drawing on the extractive industry's ability to significantly boost our economy, we are developing an industry aligned with the African mining vision of Agenda 2063, with an emphasis on essential minerals for the local industrialization and green energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, this year has left us with structural reforms aimed at the sector's professionalization and competitiveness. The new law governing mining and quarry operations, passed mid-July, is poised to stamp out illegal mining and illicit mineral trading. The newly passed mineral tax law came right just in time when streamlining mineral taxation was a high priority. As a result, all mining and associated services will be available online and through a single digital platform. Rwanda Mining Board has embarked on a fully-fledged digitization of the mining sector to ensure that our sector significantly contributes to our national economy. Thanks to the introduction of integrated systems such as Ingomane, miners across the entire value chain use electronic billing machines while paying taxes. You have related tax, corporate income tax, and tax on employment income. Digitization is integral to our sector's development as we create a robust data center, streamlined licensing management, inspection management, human resource systems, tax declaration management, and mineral tagging management systems. All these are going digital for our economy. The mineral export earnings have kept an upward trend in 2024, drawing us close to the NST2 target. With this, there are chances that mining will make a substantial contribution to Rwanda's foreign exchange reserves, and our target is to double the sector's revenues and GDP contribution in the next 5 years. As you are aware, if all the mining industry players want to get the most out of their investments, value addition is crucial. RMB is extending an invitation to potential investors to express interest, and we will accord the necessary support for those in value addition. Distinguished guests, I am confident that as key stakeholders and development partners, your involvement and opinions will keep playing a key role in driving our sector forward. Distinguished guests, occupational hazard and safety of miners is not an optional, but mandatory for us all in the sector. As leaders of the industry, let's strictly uphold the recently published occupational health and safety standards to prevent fatalities and loss of lives. You will concur with me that despite the mining industry's high profits, it is detrimental if we continue to lose lives and see the environment deterioration. Distinguished guests, select geological mapping and mineral exploration are being done to make the mining industry more thriving, profitable, and satisfying for investors. In particular, Rio Tinto Mining Company has completed the National Airborne Geographical Survey for lithium and embedded minerals. The survey findings all mineral occurrences in the country's region of interest. In order to provide laboratory services that are competitive on a world scale, we have constructed a mineral testing geoscience lab at Kanombe here in Kigali. And this is to improve the mineral certification laboratories' analytical capabilities and reputation. We are upscaling it to become an internationally certified laboratory. Without addressing concerns about the environment, social and governance, my speech on this important occasion would be incomplete. Degradation of the environment is caused by illicit conducting mining operations and energy industry activities. Climate change is currently the most talked about topic in international forums. We cannot afford to put off implementing immediate intervention steps because global warming is real. One of these initiatives is the ongoing tree planting campaign, in which the Rwandan government hopes to plant lots of trees by the year 2030. This necessitates coordinated efforts driven by a stronger commitment from the public and business sectors, as well as, above all, citizens in this country. As I conclude my remarks, I'd like to express gratitude to the Rwandan Mining Association, the mining operators, and all the sponsors, as well as attendees of this fantastic event. Finally, I will come and sincerely thank all the national, regional, and international delegates who have managed to join us. You are invited to invest in our mining sector. Murakoze cyane, mwakoze kuza. Thank you.
Let's appreciate CEO one more time, please. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us that mu byose dukora nimba agenda dufite itari yo guteza umuturage imbere tuba tukoze zero. Tuba tugiye irere. So thank you very much for those very powerful remarks, CEO. At this point, I would like us to invite the chairperson of the Rwanda Mining Association. Let's put our hands together for Leonidas Simenzwe. Let's appreciate him as he comes.
Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, Honorable Ministers, Chief Executive Officer of Rwanda Mines Petroleum and Gas Board, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, representatives of diplomatic corps in Rwanda, representatives of government institutions, representatives of academic institutions, dear CEOs, captains of mining industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I am delighted to welcome you all to this significant gathering as we mark the 7th edition of Rwanda Mining Week and celebrate the International Mining Day under the theme Mining for Community Development. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we are here today to honor those who spend the day deep beneath the earth extracting resources that fuel our homes, our industries, and our lives. Mining is not only a profession, it is also a commitment, a way of life, and a tradition that has been passed down through generations. To my colleagues in the mining industry, today we salute the men and women who work tirelessly to ensure that we have the materials we need for progress. Your strength, courage, and dedication are the backbone of our communities and our nation. To the families of our miners, let me express my sincere gratitude to you and your loved ones. We thank you for your support, patience, and understanding. You are an integral part of this community. Your sacrifices often go unrecognized, but we want you to know that we value everything you do. Ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda Mining Week is a moment for all of us to reflect on our mining industry, its contribution to the economy, and most importantly, the potential it holds for the future, especially with the key role of critical minerals, tin, tantalum, tungsten, nickel, lithium, vanadium, copper, cobalt, graphite, rare earth elements, and so on, required at this critical moment when our planet is confronted to the global warming and energy transition. This is also an opportunity to celebrate the progress we've made, acknowledge the challenges we still face, and envision the path ahead. Our country is blessed with abundant mineral resources, including tin, tungsten, tantalum, lithium, beryllium, and gold, minerals that have earned Rwanda a place in the global supply chain and contribute significantly to the foreign currency earnings. Rwanda's mining sector has not only been a source of revenue, but also a key contributor to the employment and sustainable livelihoods for Rwandans. More than 70,000 are working in the extractive industry. The sector's contribution to the Rwanda's GDP has steadily also increased up to 3%, and it continues to hold significant promise for the future, especially with more modern and highly regulated operations. By reflecting on the history and contributions of mining, we must take a moment to recognize the many challenges miners face. It is an often dangerous job, one that requires sacrifice and resilience. From the early days of mining to the advanced technologies of today, miners have always been at the heart of our industrial progress. From the early days of Rwandan Kingdom, artisanal iron ore miners in Kyasenge, Utaro area used to supply the iron ore required to the Buberuka, Kishamvu, Buramba blacksmiths manufacturing the arms and the tools necessary for the defense and expansion of our nation. The Rwandan King's army blacksmiths and craftsmen were on the forefront to produce spears, ashes, and arrows for the royal fighters. The same blacksmiths were manufacturing agricultural tools, hoes, planing, bill hooks, knives, axes, and many more. As we look forward, the future we must emphasize the importance of sustainable mining practices. As miners, we are committed to promoting environmentally responsible practices that minimize the negative impacts of mining on our land and ecosystems. We are also focused on innovation to integrate automation, digital mining technologies, smarter resource management, and better health and safety protocols. We are taking the necessary steps to position ourselves at the forefront of global mining excellence. In our industry, safety is of utmost importance. While we have made great strides, there are still challenges to address. Our industry must continue to tackle issues such as artisanal mining, as 80% of the operations are artisanal. Access to finance, as no mining company is listed on stock exchange due to lack of data for bankable feasibility study projects. Illegal mining and fatal accidents as well. The need for enhanced infrastructure and the lack of locally accessible mining equipment. The Rwanda Mining Association remains committed to being a key partner in the development of this sector. Our role is to advocate for the interests of the mining industry and ensure that best practices are followed and collaborate with all stakeholders to unlock the potential of Rwanda's mining resources. Rwanda Mining Association currently grouping fleets miners and traders. He has joined the EAC Chamber of Mines as well as the African Chamber of Mines, aiming at having a voice at the African Union Head of State Summit. In this regard, we are working tirelessly to bring more stakeholders on board, like the Rwanda Quarry Association, the Rwanda Geoscience Society members, in order to build the Rwanda Chamber of Mines to raise our voice worldwide. Furthermore, in line with miners' capacity development, we are working closely with the Labour Ministry, MIFOTRA, University of Rwanda College of Science and Technology, Lutongo Mining School, through Rwanda Mining Sector Skills Council to upscale and certify the on-job training skilled labor, mostly middle managers, shift bosses, tunnel captains, vein captains, drillers and blasters, timbermen, machine and plant operators, pump attendants, and so on. As we mark the 7th edition of Rwanda Mining Week, let us prioritize mining for community development. Let us renew our commitment to sustainability, innovation, and collaboration as we continue to build a mining sector that is beneficial to all. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, as I conclude, I urge each of us to join in this journey. Whether you are an investor, a miner, a government official, or a member of the community, together we can ensure that Rwanda's mining sector remains a source of pride, prosperity, and opportunity for the generations to come. Thank you for your attention. Happy International Mining Day. Thank you. Murakoze cyane.
Let's appreciate Chairman one more time, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the speeches being made here will not just be from officials, but we'll also hear testimonies, first-hand experience from those who have actually become entrepreneurs within the mining sector. And it is at this particular point, I would like to invite Josiane Nsanza Usanase. Can we appreciate her as she comes, please? She's going to give us her testimony as an entrepreneur within the mining sector. Tumuhe, Imbaraga, Amashi, everything. Let's appreciate her, please, as she comes. Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, CEO of the Rwanda Mining Board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Rosiane Sanza, and I am the Managing Director of Eprocomi. Eprocomi mines both tin and tantalum. I have witnessed firsthand how the mining sector can transform lives, not just economically, but also socially. My journey into mining is deeply personal, beginning in 2019, when I joined my father at work. I remember observing everything and being fascinated by how shipments were made. Out of curiosity, I asked how they could tell the difference between the 3 T's: tin, tantalum, and tungsten. Though I didn't fully grasp the intricacies then, that moment ignited my curiosity about the complexities of the mining industry. As my interest in the industry deepened, another experience that solidified my passion was when I visited a mine for the first time with my dad. What captivated me was not just the impressive machinery or the complexity of mining, but the profound bond between the mine and the surrounding community. Before employees could speak with my father, local residents eagerly approached us, eager to share updates about the mining operations and the mine's impact on the community. This experience left a lasting impression on me. Mining does not just bring employment and economic benefits, but it also builds strong relationships with communities it serves. Reflecting on my journey and the lessons learned, I realized that this year's theme, community development, resonates deeply with my experiences. It encourages us to strategize how the mining sector can maximize community benefits while ensuring sustainability. How can we focus our collective efforts on enhancing the health and wealth of our communities and creating a brighter future together? My commitment to this cause started when I chose to intern for the family business right after high school, splitting my time between the office and the processing plant. I found the plant incredibly engaging and eager to understand how different minerals are distinguished. Once I kind of understood the unique applications, I pursued a degree in international business and management with the aim of positioning our minerals competitively in the global market. During my university years, I continuously interned for the family business every chance I got into different departments. When I graduated in 2019, I was certain about joining the family business. Initially, my father suggested that maybe I should join something different and pursue a different career, as my sister did. Fun fact, I do have a twin sister. But I stood firm in my passion for mining. To reinforce my commitment, I sought advice from the industry professions to learn about market processes, pricing strategies, and payment systems. I also traveled to mines across the country to understand how mines operated. A pivotal moment in my career occurred during a shipment in discussions in the office with my dad. My father then recognized the depth of knowledge I had gained and officially welcomed me as an employee. Within 6 months of working alongside him, we achieved a 35% increase in production, which earned me a promotion as operational manager. In this role, I began to visit mines frequently to address employees' needs and identify areas for improvement. This was also when we initiated our community outreach programs. By focusing on strategic improvements, we achieved another 30% increase in production by April 2020. That same year, I became managing director. Since then, Eprocomi has experienced remarkable growth, expanding our workforce from 1,800 to 3,500 employees, and increasing production by another 250%. This success is a testament to our young force dedication and talent, including engineers, environmentalists, geologists for institutions like IPRC. Their expertise has been crucial in driving the company's success. At Eprocomi, we believe that mining is more than just extracting minerals. It's about creating value for the communities we serve. This year, we provided health insurance coverage through Mutuelle de Santé to over 500 underprivileged individuals and our employees, and improving housing for families in our operational areas. Additionally, we support initiatives like Ejo Heza, which enable our employees to save for a secure retirement. As a young woman navigating a male-dominated field, I encourage others to consider a career in mining. While challenges exist, the opportunities are far more significant. Our government has been instrumental in empowering youth and women, fostering an environment where dreams can thrive. My journey so far has been guided by my father and inspiring women across industries who have instilled in me the strength to lead and make meaningful contributions. Therefore, together, we must ensure that women's contributions are celebrated and recognized, as their impact is limitless, shaping a vibrant future for all. As I look towards the future, I am filled with hope and determination. We must continue to embrace innovative practices and forge partnerships to maximize the benefits of mining for our communities. We must prioritize sustainable practices that ensure the health of our environment while striving for economic growth. This dual focus is not only beneficial for our business, but vital for the communities that rely on us. I envision a mining sector where collaboration is at the forefront and where companies work hand in hand with local communities to identify their needs and aspirations. By engaging directly with the people we affect most, we can create tailored solutions that foster empowerment and development. This approach will help us build trust, ensuring that the communities see us not just as business operators, but as partners in progress. I firmly believe that investing in education and training for the youth in the communities is crucial. As we cultivate the next generation of miners, engineers, and scientists, we equip them with the tools necessary to drive innovation and sustainability in our industry. By nurturing their potential, we pave the way for a more resilient and prosperous future. In closing, their journey I have been on has been nothing short of transformative. I stand here today not just as a managing director of Eprocomi, but as a testament to the possibility within the mining sector. Together, let us champion community development, drive innovation, and celebrate the incredible contribution of women and youth in mining. The future is bright. With our collective commitment, we can ensure that our progress lights the way for many to follow. To aspiring professionals, especially women, seize this moment. Your voice matters. Step forward, embrace challenges, and contribute to the progress we seek. I would also like to take this moment to express my sincere gratitude to the Rwanda Mining Board for this opportunity to share my experience and vision for the sector. I want to extend my thanks to the Rwanda Mining Association and Rwanda Women in Mining Association for advancing this vital industry. Last but not least, I would also like to thank our government for fostering inclusivity and progress and inspiring us to push boundaries and dream big. To everyone present today, thank you for your time, attention, and shared dedication to making mining a force for good. Together, we have the power to create a legacy of growth, empowerment, and sustainability. Thank you all.
I think we need to give Josiane another round of applause. Well done. I always say the future of Rwanda and the today of Rwanda is young, and we are proud of the work that you do. Josiane, keep it up. I would like us to be able to take a moment now and put our focus on the screens, because we want you to have a moment to watch the following documentary that will showcase the journey of the mining sector and its impact on communities. Let's take a look at the video.
The year is 1920. The first geological surveys revealed Rwanda's rich mineral resources. By the 1930s, mining begins to take shape, laying the foundation for an industry that will transform over decades. Today, Rwanda's mining sector is thriving, not just in resource extraction, but in reshaping lives through responsible practices. In Rwanda, mining companies are integrating corporate social responsibility into their operations, ensuring communities benefit directly from the resources extracted.
The mining sector plays an important role in CSR programs and national development and ESG principles. For instance, the companies are responsible to uplift the livelihood of the communities they work with and they live every day with.
Education lies at the heart of these CSR initiatives. Mining companies have built schools and vocational centers, creating pathways for a brighter future.
Igitekerezo cyo kugira rero cyaje tumaze kubona ko ababyeyi abadamu bakora ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro iyo babyaye bafite abana batoya basaga nkaho baretse akazi kubera ko batabonaga uko bakora kandi n'abana babo bitaweho uko biri kandi batuye kure y'akazi.
So we've got about 5 pillars. So we are actually into education, supporting education at one of our mines.
Nta bana bakigaragara cyane batari mu ishuri.
Baramfashije cyane kuko nakundaga kugira ikibazo cya minerivare cyane ku buryo ino company yaje isanga naravuye no mu ishuri by'umwihariko ariko ihageze yanshubije mu ishuri.
Access to healthcare and clean water is transforming lives in mining communities.
Iri ni nimwe mu mavomo yubatswe na Gamiko kufatanya n'abaturage bo muri uyu murenge ndetse no muri aka kagari ka Mwendo.
We are into healthcare provision, supporting health clinics and providing some medical assistance to vulnerable communities.
These programs have improved living standards and saved countless lives.
Kwangwa gari amazi yo hetiriye. Umva abana bahuraga barwaye inzoka. Ariko ubu tubashimira ko baduhaye ubuzima bwiza. Tumeze neza muri uyu mudugudu kubera aya mazi Gamiko na leta bimwe baduhaye.
Buriya abaturage barishimye kandi natwe nka Gamiko turabyishimira ko mu bufatanye bw'inzego za leta bw'abaturage twabashije kugera kuri kiriya gikorwa tugaha abaturage amazi meza.
Improved infrastructure and livelihood programs have created new economic opportunities, boosting local economies and empowering communities.
Akamaro bifitiye abatuye hano ari abacuruzi ari n'abaturage muri rusange ni iyo tuhahembwe cyangwa abakozi bacu bahembwe kuko duhembwa amafaranga menshi hagati ya miliyoni 300 na 400 zigera mu baturage bahaturiye.
Aha turi ni mu muhanda uhuza Mwendo na Ruriro. Mbere yuko no muhanda uza abaturage bahinga muri iki gishanga bahoraga n'imbogamizi zitandukanye.
Uyu muhanda nta kibazo, amamoto ari kugenda nta kibazo.
Beyond community development, the mining sector in Rwanda is setting a new standard for employee welfare. Companies are investing in safety, professional growth, and well-being, ensuring that the workforce is not only productive, but also cared for.
To be a successful company, a mining company, you have to invest heavily in developing your people, because it's very labor intensive.
Tuba dufite bote, tuba twambaye isarubeti, tuba dufite twambaye maske, tuba twambaye kaske hejuru ku buryo niyo hagira ibuye rimanuka rikubita kuri kaske nta kibazo.
Responsible mining also means caring for the environment. Land rehabilitation programs and environmental education ensure that mining contributes to sustainability.
aho tubona hashobora kuba isuri, twasanze imisozi yaracitse, twagiye duteramo imigano.
Ikindi dufite pepiniyeri nini irimo ubwoko bw'ibiti bitandukanye dutera kuri iyi misozi mwabonye nkuko mwabibonye nta butayu buhari.
The ESG is a good principle that RMB has to align with, and currently it's an important clause in our agreement for the license, which the companies have to be compliant with.
The greatest impact of mining is seen in the lives transformed. These stories reflect hope, resilience, and progress.
Twishimira rero uruhare rw'ubucukuzi mu Rwanda, ariko by'umwihariko uburyo ubucukuzi bugira akamaro mu mibereho y'umuturage, by'umwihariko umuturage utuye mu murenge wa Kigali.
Once we finish mining, what will happen next? So we should think beyond the box, thinking beyond today, and think about the future of this country.
Together, we not only just mine for minerals, but for meaningful, real community development.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is at this particular moment that I want to take this opportunity to welcome our keynote speaker and our guest of honor today, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, Edward Ngirente. Let's appreciate him as he comes to address us.
Mwaramutse mwese. Honorable ministers here present, senior government officials, members of diplomatic corps, partners and members of the mining industry, distinguished guests, good morning. It is always a pleasure to join you each year as we continue our dialogue to sustainably advance the mining sector and deliver positive results. As you might recall, for the last 2 years, I have been joining you to celebrate the International Day of Mining. And today, we gather here once again as key actors in the mineral supply chain to discuss the huge potential of the extractive industry for our economy and the community development. Distinguished guests, this year's theme, Mining for Community Development, is relevant. It reflects Rwanda's citizen-centered approach that puts communities at the center of our development priorities. I note with satisfaction that between 2019 and 2023, mining revenue sharing scheme allocated 2 billion Rwandan francs to 8 mining host districts. This has led to social and economic transformation with tangible impacts on our people. In this regard, we encourage all actors in the mining sector to actively engage in corporate social responsibility activities that benefit mining host communities and positively impact their lives. Equally important, to ensure the sustainability and the growth of our mining sector, it is crucial to respect the environmental, social, and governance principles throughout the entire mineral value chain. To promote efficient land use, we must develop comprehensive plans for the entire life cycle of a mine, from its active years to its final closure. There is also a need to ensure that land is progressively rehabilitated to a state that benefits the local community and ecosystem. This holistic approach will help us achieve our economic goals while also protecting our environment and supporting the well-being of our communities. In this regard, the government will continue to support multi-stakeholders' efforts and partnerships aimed at optimizing mining potential to accelerate our socio-economic transformation, industrialization, and sustainable growth. With this goal in mind, we are actively creating more opportunities to mobilize mining funds. This will help make it easier to obtain financing and affordable mining equipment, which is essential for mechanization of mining operations. Distinguished guests, our second National Strategy for Transformation, NST2, set an ambitious target for the mining sector. We target to increase mineral exports earnings from 1.1 billion to 2.17 billion by 2029. We cannot achieve this target if we continue doing business as usual. We must intensify our efforts to adopt environmentally friendly mining practices and advanced mineral exploration techniques. It is equally important that we develop our processing capacity and add value to our key minerals. This will position our country to play a significant role in the global supply chain for the green transition. At the same time, in our effort to make the mining industry more efficient and enforce international standards in mining operations, we need to provide continuous technical support and capacity building to our mining sector actors. In this context, I was happy to learn that 500 miners will graduate later this week after completing the recognition of prior learning program. The government commends this process of acknowledging the skills acquired in different informal workplace contexts. This will be very key in facilitating our miners to access professional labor markets and ensure their career progression. Distinguished guests, as I conclude, I would like to emphasize the following. First, we urge mining operators to only participate in legal mining activities. We ask you to follow the rules of the new mining and quarry operations law. Second, the government will continue collaborating with strategic investors in mineral exploration activities, mineral value addition, and as well as mineral trading. Finally, I want to assure you that the government is mindful of the remaining challenges the mining sector is facing. I am confident that with our collective efforts, we will find sustainable solutions to address them. Let this week be an occasion for all stakeholders in the mining sector to engage in productive discussions, share experiences, and network on available opportunities for investment in the mining sector. I wish you a successful mining week. On this note, I hereby declare the 7th edition of the Mining Week officially open. I thank you so much. But I'd like also to continue in Kinyarwanda briefly. Nagira ngo mvuge muri make no mu Kinyarwanda bimwe mu byo guverinoma y'u Rwanda yishimira kuri uru rwego rwa mining sector, ariko tugira n'ibyo tubasaba batumirwa mwese, cyane cyane abakora umwuga w'ubucuruzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro. nongeye kubasuhuza mwese kandi mbashimira kuba mwitabiriye uyu muhango wo gutangiza ku mugaragaro icyumweru cyahariwe ubucukuzi. Twishimiye kongera kwifatanya namwe abakora umwuga w'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro ndetse n'abandi bose bawugiramo uruhare mu kwishimira intambwe tumaze kongeraho no kurebera hamwe ibyo twarushaho kunoza kugira ngo ubucuruzi burusheho gukorwa neza. Kuri twebwe nka Guverinoma y'u Rwanda, umunsi nk'uyu ni uw'ingirakamaro cyane. Ni umwanya mwiza wo gushimira ku buryo bw'umwihariko abakora umwuga w'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro. Guverinoma y'u Rwanda izirikana ubwitange n'umurava mukorana mu mwuga wanyu kandi irabashimira uruhare runini mugira mu iterambere ry'igihugu cyacu. Kuri iyi nshuro ya 7 rero twizihiza icyumweru cyahariwe ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro, twashimye cyane insanganyamatsiko mwawuhaye, kandi nibyo ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro bugomba gukorwa bugamije iterambere ry'umuturage. Ntacyo bwaba bumaze igihe butabuteza imbere umuturage w'igihugu cyacu. Nk'uko mwese mubizi rero, ibijyanye n'icyerekezo cya Guverinoma y'u Rwanda cyo gushyira umuturage ku isonga. Umuturage ku isonga ni intego ya Guverinoma y'u Rwanda kandi icyo cyerekezo cy'igihugu mu gihe kirekire kirambye. Tuboneho gusaba ibigo bikora ibijyanye n'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro kurushaho gukora ibikorwa byabo mu buryo butangiza ibidukikije. Iki ngiki ni ingenzi. Ntacyo byaba bimaze gucukura amabuye y'agaciro ugasiga usenya abaturage b'igihugu. Ntacyo byaba bimaze gucukura amabuye y'agaciro ugasiga usenya ibikorwa by'amajyambere byakozwe na Guverinoma ndetse n'abaturage. Nta n'icyo byaba bimaze gucukura amabuye y'agaciro ugasiga uteje indwara mu baturage. Ni ngombwa ko ducukura twubahiriza ibidukikije, twubahiriza ubuzima bw'abaturage bw'aho dukorera ndetse n'ibikorwa remezo bihari. Nk'uko mubizi kandi, ubu twatangiye icyiciro cya 2 cya gahunda y'igihugu cyo kwihutisha iterambere twese tuzi nka NST2. Ku bijyanye n'ubucukuzi, Guverinoma yiyemeje kongera agaciro k'umusaruro ukomoka ku bucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro yohereza mu mahanga. Intego dufite murazizi ni ukongera amafaranga abiturukamo, cyane cyane tubivana kuri hafi miliyari y'amadolari y'Amerika 1.1 twari tugezeho tukabigeza nibura kuri miliyari 2.17 bitarenze umwaka wa 2029. Nk'uko twakunze kubivuga, kugira ngo ibizagerweho biradusaba guteza imbere ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro bugakorwa kinyamwuga, bwubahirije amategeko, butangije ibidukikije kandi bugira icyo bumarira ababukoramo. Turasabwa kandi gushyira imbaraga mu kongerera agaciro ibikorerwa hano imbere mu gihugu, kuko iyo tubigurishije hanze byongerera agaciro birushaho kugira akamaro igihugu natwe babikoramo. Muri ibi byose leta ntiyabigeraho yonyine, niyo mpamvu umusanzu wa buri wese ukenewe. Ndagira ngo kandi nishimire ko abacukuzi bagenda bahabwa ibibongera ubushobozi, cyane cyane mu bumenyi butuma bemerwa nk'abacukuzi ba nyabo. Iyi ni intambwe ikomeye mu guteza imbere umwuga w'ubucukuzi. Twizeye ko impamyabushobozi bagenda bahabwa zizajya zibafasha kurushaho kuba abanyamwuga no gutanga umusaruro wisumbuye. Mbere yo kurangiza ijambo, bimwe nagarutseho kandi nshaka kongera kugaruka mu Kinyarwanda, ni ubutumwa nshaka kongera guha abacukuzi b'amabuye y'agaciro, ari abanyiri kampani zicukura ndetse n'ababikoramo. Icyambere nuko dukomeza kubasaba, nkuko namaze kubivuga, kurushaho kubahiriza amategeko agenga ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro, tukabashishikariza no gusoma amategeko no kubahiriza ibikubiye mu itegeko rishya rigenga ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro na kariyeri. Ni itegeko ryasohotse vuba ariko rifitiye akamaro abantu bose, actors bose, abanyabikorwa bose bari mu bw'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro. Bigasaba rero ko turisoma twese tukaryumva neza, ndetse no tutumvishe tukabaza abarisobanukiwe kugira ngo tuzarikoreshe turyubahirize tudahanwe, ariko no tudasubiza inyuma amajyambere y'igihugu. Ubutumwa bwa kabiri ni uko Guverinoma izakomeza guteza imbere ubufatanye n'abashoramari hagamijwe guteza imbere ibikorwa byo gushakisha ahari amabuye y'agaciro, kuyongera agaciro ndetse no kuyacuruza. Ibi byaratangiye nk'uko mwabyumvishe, umuyobozi wa Rwanda Mining Board yabigarutseho, ibyo twita exploration, gushakisha amabuye y'agaciro mu Rwanda kandi ni henshi, kugira ngo tuhamenye hanyuma acuguwe ku buryo buteguwe neza. Ubutumwa bwa gatatu nagira ngo mbagezeho ni uko Guverinoma izakomeza gushyigikira ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro no guharanira ko butezwa imbere muri gahunda z'igihugu ndetse no ku rwego mpuzamahanga. Muri uru rwego tuzashyira imbaraga nyinshi mu gufasha abakora ubucukuzi buciriritse kugira ngo bacukure mu buryo bugezweho kandi bagire uruhare rufatika mu guteza imbere uru rwego muri rusange. Ndabizeza kandi ko guverinoma y'u Rwanda izi imbogamizi n'ibibazo bikiri muri uru rwego rw'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro kandi izakomeza gukora ibishoboka byose kugira ngo izo mbogamizi zive mu nzira, ibyo bibazo bikemuke. Mbifurije rero gukomeza kugira ibiganiro byiza muri iki cyumweru kandi nizeye ko bizatanga umusaruro mu kurushaho guteza imbere urwego rw'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro mu gihugu cyacu. Murakoze, ndabashimiye.
We can do much better for the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Another round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Big commitments for a big country with big ambitions. Thank you so much. We are now going to do what we always do at events. A photo. You want to take a photo, group photo? I'd like to call upon the following to join us for this group photo. The Chief Executive Officer, Ray Power, please join us on the podium. I'd also like to request the Managing Director of Gold Refineries, please join us on the stage. When I call your name, please come up on the stage. The CEO of Ngali Holdings, please also join us. I'd like to also request the MD of Redc Limited and the CEO of Trinity Metals Group, please also follow. The Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Rwanda Mines, Petroleum and Gas Board. The Secretary General of REWU, please also join us. Dean of Mining School, the University of Rwanda. The Managing Director, Gamiko Limited. The Chief Executive Officer, Rwanda Development Board, please also join us. The representative of Rio Tinto in the room. The Vice Chairman of the Rwanda Mining Association. The Minister representing Minicom, please also join us. The European Union Ambassador, please also join us. Managing Director, Fair Construction. And now I would like to humbly request the Minister in the President's office to accompany the Chairman of the Rwanda Mining Association and the CEO of Rwanda Mining Board to come along with the Right Honorable Prime Minister to join us for this group photo. Let's smile for the cameras. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's give them another round of applause, please. I'd like now to request that we allow, with a round of applause, the Right Honorable Prime Minister and his delegation to be able to experience the exhibitions, which is coming up in just a short while. And as that happens, I would like to request the rest of us to remain in the room so that we can be able to follow the next items in the program. Another round of applause as we appreciate the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you so much for being with us today. Only the Right Honorable Prime Minister and his delegation will be now touring the exhibition rooms. As I now request all of us to be seated in the room in readiness for the next item on our agenda, which is the panel discussion that will be discussing the opportunities in Rwanda's mining sector and regulations. We will all have time to visit the exhibitions over the course of the day and the course of this particular event. All right, welcome back. It's now time for us to get into this very interesting conversation. I'd like to request that I have your attention, please, just for one moment. So we have heard from the speakers that have spoken this morning on the need for various investments to take place within the mining sector. And one of the areas was the value addition area. And we want to talk more about what other opportunities exist within the sector and what role does regulation play in this particular sector. And so before I call the panelists for this discussion, which will be centered on investing in Rwanda, opportunities in Rwanda's mining sector and regulations, I would like us to focus on the screen and be able to look at this video that will set the tone for the next conversation that we're about to have right now.
For decades, Rwanda's mining sector has been on an upward trajectory from its humble beginnings in the 1930s to emerging as a powerhouse in export revenue. In 2023, the sector generated a whopping $1.1 billion, solidifying its place as one of Rwanda's top income earners.
Mining sector has really encountered a lot of changes, especially due to formalization, the mechanization of our mines, and most of the people going from artisanal to semi-industrial. And this is reflected in our exports, which went from 600 million in 2018, and now it's up to 1.4 billion, almost for our target in 2024.
With vast deposits of tin, tantalum, tungsten and gold, it's no wonder that global investors are increasingly turning their eyes to Rwanda. But what truly makes this East African gem the ideal destination for mining investment?
The mining sector in Rwanda offers a lot of investment opportunities across the whole value chain, from exploration to extraction to processing and value addition.
Rwanda's appeal extends beyond its mineral wealth. The country boasts of a strong regulatory framework which ensures both transparency and sustainability in mining operations.
Hari polisi zifasha abashoramari mu buryo bwiza kandi bwihuse, ikoranabuhanga riri hejuru, access kuri technology, mubona ko turi ku rwego rwiza, ibihugu byinshi twarabisize muri Afrika turi ku rwego ruteye imbere. Ikindi nuko infrastructure zirahari.
Trinity Nyakabingo Mine Limited, a Rwandan registered mining company, which is part of Trinity Metals Group, continues to thrive in the sector.
Over the last 2.5 years since Trinity Metals came about, we've invested over $40 million in helping set up these companies. We have a vision for modernizing the mining company through mechanization, introduction of more technology, and that 40 million has been used to grow the business.
Additionally, Gamiko Limited Mining Company also continues to make significant strides in the mining industry.
Mu by'ukuri turacukura, tukagira inyungu, twunguka nka company, igirira akamaro abaturage, igirira akamaro igihugu, ariko bishingira ku kurinda ibyagezweho.
In the following panel discussion, speakers will share even more insights on the available opportunities in Rwanda's mining sector and the role of regulation in making Rwanda an investor's paradise.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I'd like now to invite the speakers who will be joining me as panelists on this panel discussion. And I'll be able to request that when I call you, we sit from the second seat from the far right. Allow me to invite the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of RMB, Alice Uwase. Let's appreciate her as she comes to stage. I would like also to call on stage the head of Transactions Department at the Rwanda Development Board, Dennis Gatera. Also joining us for this conversation is the head of industry cluster at the Private Sector Federation, and that is Alphonse Kwizera. Allow me also to invite the Director General of Industry Promotion and Entrepreneurship Development at Minicom, Fred Mugabe. Wonderful. So I want us to spare the next few minutes for us to be able to share as much as possible all the potential investment opportunities that Rwanda offers within the mining sector value chain systems. And thank you so much, Deputy CEO, for making this a panel and not a manual. And so I think I'm tempted to start with you. Just to continue on the tradition of ladies first. From a Rwanda Mining Board perspective, there's been a lot of reforms within the regulatory framework, and we had the CEO talk about the available support, the available commitment to support all those who want to invest in the available areas, for example, value addition, that there's enough support in that area. I would like you to pick up from there and be able to now probably tell us a bit more. How does regulation within the board and the need for support by those who want to invest in that sector, align from where you sit?
Thank you, Anangwe. It's true that the mining sector has been facing some changes, especially in formalization, digitalization. But regarding the regulations, I think on our side as a regulator, we need to be flexible because technology is advancing. Why I'm saying that is that, for instance, 10 years ago, lithium was not known, beryllium was not known, and it was not reflected in our regulations. So the sector is really technical, and you have to keep up with the technology that is coming every year. So that is a requirement to be flexible in our regulations and be able to accommodate all types of investors in our sector. For example, we have the big investors with foreign investment, big companies, large-scale companies, but we also have medium companies and small-scale companies for cooperatives, for local investors. And all those types of investors have to be accommodated in our regulations. And as we change the mining law, we are currently also reviewing the CO regulations, providing the details for each type of investor. Because after, as you know, RMB was set in 2017, and after 7 years, there is also a big changes that happened, and we need to also upgrade and keep accommodating and keep adjusting our regulations for that. For currently, I know there are some challenges, especially for the small-scale companies, because we need, as the community development, as our theme for this mining week, we need also to think about them and then have more technical support, because regulations are not enough. Our sector requires skillful people. You need to have good engineers, good geologists. I know many company MDs are here, and to get a good engineer to guide you and support you in the right standards for mining and get you to the right production, it's key. Of course, for the big investors, I'm not worried because they have the capacity building, the funds to also involved in the capacity building of their staff. But for small companies, cooperatives, as a regulator, beside the regulations, we have to add also the technical support.
Yeah.
And also with the University of Rwanda. So I know I went a bit out of the context, but just to say that the regulations are not enough.
Yeah.
There is the technical support and the skills that are really support us on the other side. That's why we have to have the University of Rwanda and IPRC, and I encourage our mining companies, especially medium cooperatives, to reach out to us for the technical challenges.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Interesting. So what I'm hearing from you is there are opportunities. Anyone who wants to set up any capacity building institution to support in the skilling aspect,
Yes.
that's a very
Yes.
ripe opportunity, low-hanging fruit. I want to cross over and come to RDB and be able to understand from a perspective of the Rwanda Development Board, what measures are there to, let's say, in the immediate term, prepare the ground for potential investors in specific sectors, like now we've said we need capacity building. What other things are available from RDB perspective in terms of the incentives for those who want to come and register their business within the mining ecosystem, mining value chain system?
I think I'll take that.
Yeah.
It's RDB.
Yeah.
Thanks, Eugene. So from an RDB perspective, well, for those who don't know, the mandate for the Rwanda Development Board is private sector growth. And the mining sector is one of those crucial sectors that we look to develop. Now, to go specifically to your question, there's facilitation that we're offering in terms of the one-stop center, but we have specific help we give for the mining sector. That's broken up into this fiscal and non-fiscal. For the non-fiscal, we offer, especially for foreign companies, we help you get the visas you might need. If you're investing about $250,000, you automatically get up to 3 visas for your staff. We encourage local capacity building, as my colleague mentioned here. We also help you with, we give you what is a key account manager. So the facilitation is not just, this is the law, look at it. We have someone who will be with you, kind of follow up with you, help open doors and give you that direction. That's more on the non-fiscal side. On the fiscal side, if you're to export over 50% of your produce, you fall in a different tax category in terms of the corporate income tax. So the corporate income tax is 28%. If you're to export 50% of what you produce, you go to a different category, which is about 15%. You can carry forward your losses up to 10 years, right? Understanding for some of the bigger miners, that's a huge incentive, right? It allows you to take advantage of the bigger investments you might have, not have a tax burden, especially in the earlier years. And also for the machinery side, there's different levies that are reduced for your equipment that we help on. So those are the two, but all around, I think the support is not just tied to the fiscal, non-fiscal, but we have the one-stop center to help you with the facilitation, the discussion, but also that direction as you go open doors and start up. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, this is, for lack of a better word, cash cow. If we also don't feed this cow, we don't get enough out of it. I'll come back to probe what you just said in a little while, but I want to bring in the Private Sector Federation on this, because we've had, the regulator says, we are actually ready, we are open, we want you to come, tell us where the challenges are, we'll do the advocacy, we'll support you. The investment body or the body in charge of creating a proper investment climate is saying, look, we've provided incentives. What is it that you feel from a private sector investment perspective is still missing, that you'd like to see more in terms of creating a better environment for private investors within the mining sector ecosystem to come and say, we want to put our money over here?
Thank you. On the private sector perspective, I think what is missing mostly, as it comes to mining and requiring mostly, it's the issue of access to finance. Because when you look into how the product from the banking sector is structured, in fact, it's very difficult for the mining and acquiring companies to access the finances. Because you find there is a request for collaterals, there is a request for other requirements which are very difficult for the mining company to get. Let's say if I have a quarry or also a mining concession, you cannot say how much is down there. So it becomes very difficult to provide that quarry or that mining concession as a collateral. So the specific part you can look into providing is access to finance for the industries who are into mining sector. And also, if we look into, they have been mentioned that we need to look into adding value, because for most of the extractive sector, we find we needed to add a value, because when we extract and then we export without adding any value, we find we are losing something. Let's say if we take like coltan, when you export it as raw as it is, you are missing other products such as niobium and tantalo, which are part of the coltan, but when you export it, when you process, you get also those raw materials to export. So the issue, the other one have been mentioned, the one is access to skills and also the access to technology. So that's also the other aspect in which we need more support on that.
Yeah, interesting, powerful points. And so I'm just going to talk to Fred here, because Fred, you actually are the Director General of Industry Promotion and Entrepreneurship Development at the Ministry of Commerce and Trade. And I want to understand, what place does policy play in trying to fix some of these things we've just heard from the previous speakers? One of them, the access to finance issue. Is there a way that policy can come and say, look, we need to allow a credit line or credit window for those investing in this sense, so that it becomes easier for them to say, we want to put up factories for value addition, but we don't have the, enough access to the monies that are needed to deliver this. What is the role of policy from where you sit in fixing this?
Thank you very much. So from this, I would like to first inform that the mining is part of the industrial sector, along the manufacturing, electricity, water, and construction altogether currently constitute about 22% of our total GDP. So we are seeing a trend moving up of that sector share to the GDP, which also we want to increase over the next 5 years and 10 years. As the moderator mentioned, we recently got our new policy, industrial policy for the next 10 years, our national industrial policy. Among the priority sectors, we have like 3 types of industries, like steel, glass manufacturing, and automotive industries that are very much interlinked to mining sector, because without iron ore, the success of steel industry would be questionable. But the good news that we now learned that the studies identified that in Rwanda we have large amounts of deposits of iron ore, which is very pivotal and instrumental in driving the steel industry, which is also a precedence for other metallurgy and other light industries that is associated to iron ore commodity. And also glass manufacturing. Glass manufacturing also is one of the industries that are sought after over our next 10 years, in which also we found out that we have enough raw materials, and also automotive industries. So many speakers here mentioned about the 3 Ts. The 3 Ts globally are the backbone of automotive industry and electronic industries. So the challenges that have been mentioned, like access to finance and others, by attracting the investments in the sector, like foreign direct investors, and other local industries that are able to come and contribute to the sector. But also, we are increasingly engaging the financial sector to know where there is potential for financial support, like mining, so that they will always in a dialogue to see where they want investments, like the interest rates and other key factors in access to finance. So all of this will be the topics for discussions to see, as per the monetary policy and fiscal policy and other interventions, to see where possible to facilitate further investment into this mining sector. In addition to that, we also encourage more about exploration because there are so many other types of minerals which we think can be further explored to see the level of the volume, the quantity that Rwanda might have in order to be a key factor to attract these high-end investors in electronics, in EV. Like recently, Rwanda really testified that we have huge amounts of lithium, which is very, very key for automotive industry. That is a big off-taker for the automotive industry that also has other multiplier effect to the industrial sector in general. So adding again, mining has been at the backbone of industrial sector in many countries. You know, all the countries to uplift their industrial sector, they need raw materials, and the raw materials mainly come from either mining, agriculture, and these petrochemical industries that are also in one or another way come from mining, and also we see how these at the end contribute to the larger industrial development in the country. So I think with these efforts that are being put together from various state and the private sector, we'll be able to see our mining sector growing.
Yeah, I'll come back to delve a bit more on that access to finance. It's a cross-cutting challenge everywhere. It's one of the biggest challenges that any enterprise usually faces. I want to cross over to Deputy CEO, Rwanda Mines Petroleum Gas Board, and I want to talk about the contrast that is in Rwanda. We know in other countries or other jurisdictions or some places people always feel as if regulation is meant to hurt business. I would like you to make a case for regulations in the case of Rwanda. I know I've had a chance to also speak to some investors in this area, and we had also the speeches over here, and it seems that the environment from a regulatory perspective is meant for good. It's supposed to serve for good. But I'd like you to take a moment and just share with us, just in case there's someone who feels these regulations might be hurting us from an investment perspective, what is the true picture from where you sit?
Well, thank you. On the regulation part, mining being a very sensitive sector because it has a direct impact on people's health first, environment degradation, and also on the community. So I agree that our regulations, especially the new law, is a bit strict on that because as actually our Prime Minister said, there is no point mining and then after you spend a lot of budget rehabilitating the areas. So there are some key areas where we are really strict, where the regulations do not offer some room for flexibility, especially when it is linked to the standards, especially the SOPs, the health and safety standards, on the tunnels standards, because an accident can be fatal anytime. Yeah. And we've been recording some incidents, and we have to be strict on that. Yeah. Also on the environment, and I believe they are going to talk about it in the next panel, on the environment degradation, with how the country envision the environment, we have also as a mining sector to comply. Yeah. But on the other side, being on the mining sector, there is also a part we always forget. The environment, I know our mining people are going to agree. The environment, the energy transition, all those initiatives are actually the ones creating the demand in mining. Yeah. Because lithium is needed for the batteries, tantalum is needed for electronics, everything, beryllium, same. So we have to understand that it has to go together, mining and greening the sector. It has to be together because as you push for the energy transition, you are also pushing for mining because that's where the raw material is. So our regulations has to be aligned with the environment regulations. It has to be reflected in the same, and we work closely with REMA on that. They can do inspection anytime and hold a mining company without our knowledge, and we agree with it because it's about environment, especially near sensitive catchments, parks, rivers, and lakes. Yeah. So on that, the regulation will have to be very strict. But on the other side, we are joining my colleague from RDB. the incentives, the fiscal regimes, and that's where we can be flexible.
Yeah.
But regarding the health of people, community, environment, you have to have that balance.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
Thank
no
you.
shortcut.
Yes.
There's no shortcut. I want to open the floor. Feel free if you have a comment, question you'd like to share on the, on what we've been discussing. Feel free to raise your hand up. There are microphones which will come to you. If you want to use any language, English, Kinyarwanda, please feel free. And if you want to follow the conversation, you can also wear the headsets for any language that you're comfortable in. So if you have any question, you raise your hand. I see a hand at the back. Just take like 2 questions, 3, and then we come back to wrap up. Could you please stand up? Thank you.
Midway.
Midway.
I'm happy to be here, and it's a pleasure listening to the speakers, from the Prime Minister to the CEO and what have you. I'm called Egai Kennedy Candida. I'm coming from the Kingdom of Norway. I'm a petroleum engineer, offshore, drilling. 20 years experience, Schlumberger. For those who are in the oil industry, the biggest oil company in the world. I happen to come here because I have a Rwandan girlfriend. And yesterday I went to the RODB office. I was invited to be here. So I'm so fascinated that as an African, I see the amount of development in Rwanda, and most of the speakers I've seen here are in their youthful generation. Very interesting, something I never expected to see. So I really appreciate the government of this country for giving the youth the opportunity to showcase what they can offer to their country as compared to many other African countries.
Yeah.
That notwithstanding, I would like to say that I have quite a lot of experience in the petroleum industry that I'm available to share with the Rwandan government. Like I said, I've been offshore in continental Europe and the Middle East. And there are a lot of questions there, especially the last lady who spoke regarding policies. Before she spoke, I was just talking with this gentleman here, sitting by me here. We were just talking before she even came up. And I was saying that when the investors, especially the Western investors, when they come to our continent, Africa, there are a lot of environmental hazards that they get away with it. Why do I say so? I say so because working in the oil industry in Europe, the environment or the HSE is one of the primordial factors for any investor. However, unfortunately, when some of those investors come here, they don't give us the attention we need. Whether because we are begging for them to come and invest here, I don't know. But if you look at the HSE, be it the personnel HSE part or the environmental part in the Western world, it is a primordial or a prerequisite for your company to function. We drill in the deep ocean where they don't more talk about human safety because that is already done. They now talk about aquatic life, aquatic safety, the life of the fish. That's the level where the Europeans are. So I'm just begging that any foreign investor who is investing in Rwanda, please do Rwanda a favor, do Africa a favor to do the following things. 1, ensure corporate social responsibility, irrespective of the taxes you pay to the Rwandan government, so that the locals in that area where you are doing the mining should see the direct benefit of why those mines are there. Two, make sure you do your best as investor to offer the workers the motivation and incentives, starting from their safety to their pay package home, please. And that notwithstanding, make sure that there's what we call in-service training to the workers so that they should be able to have that continuity in your absence. And to conclude it, if the Rwandan government is interested, they can contact me. I will get my hand into the University of Rwanda and design a program for the university that can get, in the next 5 years, get the students coming out from the university and ready for the industry.
Yeah.
Because that's what we are lacking in Africa.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you
very much. It was
very
an opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure we have representatives of the University of Rwanda in the room. Please have some moment with that great gentleman. He has very great ideas in there. I want us to limit our questions or comments to investment. If you had the money and you want to invest in Rwanda's mining sector ecosystem, what would make you invest or not invest? What would you want done to make it easier for you to put your money right here in this particular industry here? I would love to hear any other question. If there's any comment on that note, you can put your hand up and we'll have a microphone coming to you before I come back to the panel. Yeah, there's a lady over here.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Before I go into my question, I would like to clarify something. My name is Nyambo. I work for Minex as a purchase supervisor, but also I supervise the supply chain. In mining sector, when we say mining, we tend to generalize it, and yet that's not how it should be. Mining is classified in Rwanda as there's a part of trading, there's a part of extraction and service providing, there is a refinery, and there is also manufacturing. So my question is, when we are talking in general lack of financing, which part are we addressing to? You have to be more specific because all those parts have different type of risks. Also, I would like to ask RMB, this is my second time attending Rwanda Mining Week, and the lack of finance, this is something that has been raised over and over. What have you done so far? And my second question, I will address to RDB. What's your contribution when it comes to financing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well put. Thank you so much. I will come back to the panel now to be able to respond to some of the feedback we've had on the floor. I'll start off with RDB. What is your contribution? I think we can pick up from that one on this issue of access to finance. It's coming back again, and we would like to understand what is the contribution of RDB in sorting this out. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Eugene. Thanks for the question. I think, so as my colleague from PSF put it, I think there's maybe a structural problem here. And from the RDB perspective, we can help facilitate and offer the incentives, but when it comes to de-risking is where we can maybe have a conversation on what type of agreements you'd want to get into, where are the pain points for the banks, and what can we help with. But I think all of this is a balancing act with what is in the regulation, what is available from a policy side. So we are part of it. We'd like to be part of the discussion, but I don't know if we have a straight answer as far as a solution. But you know, we're all ears to hear what part, especially from a facilitation perspective, that RDB can help.
Yeah, but from where you sit, if you were to look at it, you know, from the outside looking inward, what would be the easy ways that RDB can do? You know, I know we have a one-stop center. What happens there in the kind of support whenever there's need or there's that flagging of that challenge of access to finance, what sort of response do you give an investor who's coming in and feels that they would need some funding or financing in that area? Are your hands tied? Do you feel there's something you can do? And I think this is the body of that question in that sense.
Yeah, so from the RDB part, what we can mainly do is put you in front of the right people who might be able to help you with that. So if it is a regulation issue, if it is a policy question that might need tweaking, we're open to hearing that and putting it in front of the right people. So RDB can call for who might be needed for that part. If it is a conversation where there's a bit of mediation needed from the investor/government side, I think RDB plays a crucial role there. We can come in and listen to both sides and say, okay, we understand the issue here.
Yeah.
What is the middle ground that makes sense for both sides? Yeah. Have all the right parties on the table, and then look to push that through internal government approvals to say, all right, this is how we facilitated you, and give you a solution that will help you unlock that.
Right. Deputy CEO, you can also chip in on this because there's a question directed to you.
I was going to ask you.
Yeah?
Yes. And maybe I can also answer some of a few questions, especially the first one. It's true that the mining sector has different, I can call it branches. Like we have exploration companies, we have mining companies, trading companies, refineries, and also we have associated businesses such as manufacturing, engineering works, construction, so it's a broad sector. But for specifically the issues with financing is mostly in exploration and mining, and I'm talking about the medium and small scale companies, to get even the trading companies, by the way, because as we know, it's not a secret, most of the investment is foreign, it's not local. So first, the issue is linked with our banking system that does not understand the mining sector. It's what PSF even mentioned, where you don't know, they're asking you for a collateral that is not equivalent to the loan you want.
Yeah.
And in most of the banks, we don't have mining analysts. We only have agriculture analysts, energy analysts, for the people who need to assess the feasibility studies, but they don't have the mining people in their staff. That is a challenge for a company to go ask for the loan because no one will understand the feasibility study. It's too technical. So we need also, that's where now RDB has to come in to help us engage the banking system to allow the loans for our companies. But on our side also as mining companies, we need to have bank accounts, make the transaction on the banks, to have that safety and security and identity with the bank. They will know you, and they will know the kind of transaction you have. So it's a combined effort on both sides.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else wants to chip in on the questions?
Thank you.
No, go ahead.
Okay. As the Deputy CEO mentioned, you find our banking sector, the way it is structured, you find that most of the product they have look into general trading, you look into others, because when you look into the employees, you find that they have people want to finance and banking. But when it comes to technicality of a specific sector, let's say like mining, let's take like manufacturing, it becomes very difficult to understand the project. So when it comes to exploration, to extraction, so you find to get someone who understands what that sector, so they can give you a loan, it becomes more challenging.
Yeah, but I'm keen to understand, and this I'm now going to bring it to policy aspect. How do you ensure that next mining week, when we come, we are not talking about access to finance being the challenge that it is today? And I want to understand, maybe from where you sit, if this is what the players are saying, that look, financial institutions don't understand us, they don't understand our language, so they're not serving us because they don't get it. So how can policy speak to that? Can we have a policy that says, within every financial institution, the following persons must be, embedded within the credit facility departments or stuff like that? Are these things that are possible to be done, or we are just dreaming and they might not happen in our lifetime?
Okay, thank you very much. We are talking now about mining sector, having the issues of access to finance, so which is another sector, financial sector. They are the stakeholders actually, they are good partners. Every mining company, they have bank accounts. Almost you can have like a company having bank accounts in all available commercial banks. We also have the central bank that regulates the financial sector, that regulates about the interest, reserves, and all the things that will, in one or another way, help all the players in the financial sector while also controlling the inflation. I see this as ongoing engagements. So now the government, as a policy, we are increasingly advocate for cross collaboration from public to private sector to know the challenges. As also we have a development bank that can get interest to fund some of the untapped investment opportunities in the mining sector. I think it will be a very good occasion to approach BRD, Development Bank of Rwanda, that might get interest into funding the mining sector, because mining sector, it is growing rapidly. I think as 2023, it was the first time they reached export of $1.1 billion. So it was a big milestone, and also coupled with other discoveries, we are getting lithium, iron ore, and industries coming into the sector. I think it will be a very good marketing to the banks to start looking into this sector and fund wherever or possible.
Yeah. Is there anyone from the financial institution in the room? Anyone working in a financial institution representing? I know it's not the right time to raise your hand. and I understand. So I want to take the last round of feedback, and especially touching on what we had on the floor here on the issue of value addition in terms of the opportunities in there. And I'll start with you, Deputy CEO. What would you want to see happen? What sort of commitments are you giving from a regulator perspective in supporting this clarion call we all are having, that we need to add value? Let's not export raw materials and then bring back in exorbitant prices. What commitment are you making at this 7th edition of the Rwanda Mining Week 2024 that we will increase our value addition locally before taking anything outside?
Okay. Thank you, Anangwe. Value addition is a complex area, and people have to understand that our minerals do not come like tantalum alone. It's always mixed with something. And that is the positive side with value addition, because now you get to get the side, what the others call the waste, you can make something out of it. For instance, if you have amblygonite, you know there is a lot of phosphate inside, and you can make fertilizers out of that. So value addition do not concern only mining. Actually, we have to work closely with the Ministry of Trade, because it's linked. For instance, if I take an example, at a mine site, after you mine and you process, you can get good construction materials, good first part for ceramics. It's a partnership, and that's where value addition is key, because you get every mineral out of the mine, and you make something good out of it. And for of course, for the tantalum, we have the refinery. For the tin, we also have the smelter. We have the gold, also the gold refinery. But I don't want it to be limited to those three T's. We can still have good value addition manufacturing industries. For ceramics, we are encouraging, because we have a lot of waste in the mine site, and we are looking at how can we combine the waste from the mine and be a raw material for construction. The waste from the mine can be a good raw material for phosphate in agriculture. So there are many stakeholders involved, and they have to be on board, and it is also linked to the chemical industry. And that's when also the Ministry of Trade it comes in. There is no value addition if you don't have chemicals, if you don't have acids, if you don't have ammonia. So that is an investment opportunity, but linked also to value addition. So The challenge, maybe they are not yet back here. I wanted to ask some of the people. I don't know if GGR is here or TIN, the smelter or the tantalum. I think they're still there at the exhibition. I know that the challenge they have to even achieve the goal, even the capacity of the refineries and smelters, is that most of the raw material is still getting exported as raw. Because it's also linked to the financing, because financing comes from abroad. And it is quite a challenge to keep it here for value addition. And that's where the commitment comes in, that at least what we are producing here can feed our refineries and smelters, and also encourage the associated businesses such as chemical industry, to be ready to supply the right consumables to facilitate the value addition.
Right, and you're committing that you will give your all as RMB to support this.
Yes.
Dennis, what's the commitment from Rwanda Development Board perspective, and in terms of this call to have value addition so as to reduce exporting raw materials? What's in there for investors that you're supporting or committing to give them?
So some of it is come under what you touched on in terms of incentives that are there, right, for exports. But maybe to push this back to the point that we had raised about access to finance, I think here we might have an opportunity to have a discussion on, if it is not the current banking system that understands it, who understands it that we need to attract here. And I think from the RDP perspective, we're open to having that conversation. We have incentives tied around headquarters where you pay a preferential, actually pay 0% CIT if you set up your headquarters here. That's an incentive we can offer to them. But if it is a specific agency that understands mining, that offers financing, that is open to coming here, that you say, look, these people can help unlock, RDB can be your ally in helping attract those. Some of those that will help attract are the Fund for Export Development, headquarters here, African Medicines Agency, also headquarters here. So we can have those conversations with you where it's not just you going to them, talking to them directly and saying, look, why don't you come and set up here? At least have an office here, whether it's through RDB or the Kigali International Finance Center, set up here because it looks like there's a ready market for you.
Right. Alphonse, if we come back here next time for the Rwanda Mining Week and private sector members are still complaining about access to finance, should they say you failed them as an advocacy organization, institution? What are you committing that akakano nikagaruki nitukuzongere kukumva? What commitments are you making from the PSF perspective on this?
On private sector perspective on the issue of access to finance, I think the private sector, mostly what we can do is to advocate, because banking institutions, they have the way they do their things, so we need to advocate for that, because we've been currently discussing with BRD to see how they can have a specialized scheme that target those sectors which are a priority for the country. Because sectors in which you find that commercial banks are reluctant or afraid to invest into. So as the development bank, so they should also target those kind of sectors. So what we can commit is to continue the advocacy, to talk with all relevant partners and also the government to see how they can come a scheme which is preferential and also targeting the mining sector and the other related sectors. When we talk on that, because also there's an opportunity, with the internal combustion engine, they are being discouraged. So there's also available investment into the EVs. So the production of the EVs, they require mining material that are used to provide that. There is a lithium, there is a tungsten, there is a tin. So all those products are mined here, but also we need to add the value as it was being mentioning. So that's also an opportunity that the banking sector sees. There's an opportunity to invest into the mining and linked sectors.
Yeah. Okay. How would you quantify the advocacy level now, out of percentage? Which percentage do you feel the advocacy is happening?
On the percentage, I think currently, because the banking sector understanding, I think can say we are
No, I'm talking about your role as PSF. If you were to gauge the level of advocacy you're playing or putting, it would be out of how many question?
We can say that we are at risk, let's say like 50%. Because,
50%.
Because we can say that we succeed when the product is on the market.
So from today, tuizamureho gatoya igere kuri 70%.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll have some difference.
We try to. We continue advocating.
Thank you, Fred. You have the last word. What can we do so that when we come back here next time, we are not discussing about this challenge of access to finance, but we're discussing how there was more volumes of investment within the mining sector and its entire ecosystem?
Okay, that's a very good question. I commend what is being done already in terms of exploration, identifying new types of minerals here in Rwanda, and also the regulatory framework, which is paving the way for conducive business environment for foreign direct investors. You know, now the world is becoming like a village. We don't limit ourselves to the current situation, to the current players. Rwanda is open for the entire world, not only Africa, so that we can see high-end investors from far away, from global market coming here, invest here in Rwanda, getting the finances from already developed financial sectors countries, and come here to Rwanda to take advantage of new opportunities that we have been discussing here. And at the end, we solve the issue of access to finance, we add value, and we also increase exports. Because we have seen in the speech of the Right Honorable Prime Minister that we want to almost double the export revenue from mining sector and also the entire sector, getting the export doubled.
Yeah. So what's your commitment as a ministry?
Commitment as the government is to continue reviewing our regulations to support investors. We will continue again to give incentives to the people who come into the sector. For example, we know that the mining sector requires a lot of equipments that are used in mining. Those of them, most of them are imported from other countries. We will continue to give you incentives, tax incentives in all forms of exemptions, and also the preferential industrial electricity tariff. We know that mining sector consumes a lot of energy, so we will continue to advocate for the better tariff for mining sector, especially for those that are in industrial value addition.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I like asking that question because this is on record.
Yes. And the mining people should be clapping right now because of the tariff.
Yeah.
I know it's a challenge, the energy access, it's a challenge for our companies.
Right.
This is a commitment, and it is based on our existing regulations.
Wonderful.
And we will continue to have them to support our mining sector.
Interesting. Can we give a round of applause to the panelists for giving us a very good insight? I want to say thank you so much for being great, and I'll release you for now, Murakoze-chan.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much one more time. We are going to have another very interesting moment to hear on a very important issue, and that is mining and environment, social and governance, ESG. And before I call the moderator for this panel, I'd like us one more time to pay attention to the screen to be able to watch this video that will set the tone for this conversation on ESG.
As a critical driver of global development, the mining sector bears the responsibility of prioritizing environmental, social and governance (ESG) principles. Focusing on sustainability, mining operations must work to reduce environmental impact and actively commit to land rehabilitation, ensuring a healthier planet for future generations.
Dufite pepiniyeri nini irimo ubwoko bw'ibiti bitandukanye dutera kuri iyi misozi mwabonye nkuko mwabibonye nta butayu buhari hose tuba twamaze kuhatera ibiti.
Ibyo dushinzwe rero harimo no kurinda ibidukikije, environmental protection, nabyo tubyitaho cyane. Uyu musozi tuwuzaho ntabwo wari uteye ishyamba nk'uko mubibona. Twasanze imisozi yaracitse, twagiye duteramo imigano, ahandi duteramo ibiti by'intusi, hari aho dutera iby'imbuto.
At the heart of responsible operations is strong governance. Therefore, implementing policies that ensure compliance and accountability helps build trust and credibility across the industry.
Responsible mining is now the way to go. you've heard the world is speaking about responsible mining, and responsible mining means you need to let people know what you're doing. Governance is a very critical pillar of our business, and that is the way to go. We do it responsibly, following the national rules and regulations. There's environmental law, there's mining law, there's another cross-cutting laws, but also look at the best good industry practices across the globe.
By setting ambitious ESG goals, the sector can continue advancing sustainability while making a positive impact on the environment, society, and economies worldwide. Ultimately, embracing ESG principles lays the foundation for responsible growth and a sustainable future for all.
We are privileged to have a very good country, but it's very small. So land has to be managed. So if you get your material out of the ground, you have to ensure sustainable practices of rehabilitating, replanting, using efficiently water, maintaining your ecosystem, your river services, because the services you get from the ecosystem is invaluable. So we should make sure that we don't damage completely, but we leave the legacy behind for the future generations to come.
The following panel discussion will share their insights and explore how sustainable practices and environmental, social and governance principles are reshaping the mining industry.
Well done. That sets the tone for the next panel discussion on ESG, and I'd like to take this opportunity to invite the moderator for this session, who will take us through by also inviting the panelists who will be joining this specific session. Please, let's put our hands together for Trinity Metal Group's Sam Ryumugawe. Can we appreciate him as he comes? Karibu.
Good afternoon. As Arya said, it's just an opportunity to speak on ESG when the theme of this year is around community development and mining. And I won't take much time. I would like to invite the panelists, and we will start with a representative from Rwanda Environmental Management Authority, and here we have Uwera Martin, who is the programs manager for environmental mainstreaming and biodiversity conservation. Welcome. Can we appreciate the panelist that is coming? We know that mining also happens in communities, and here we're just talking about the decentralized system in a way how mining companies engage with local government and decentralized sectors. So we have on the panel Adolphe Gaiji, who is the Director of Local Economic Development Unit at LODA. Thank you. And on my list, we would like to welcome the network of NGOs, I would say, civil society platform, and this is Rwanda Climate Change and Development Network. And here we have Faustin Vuningoma, who is going to be our next panelist. Mining sector, mining has got the umbrella, and we are privileged to have the chair, the acting chair of the Rwanda Mining Association, Mr. Simpenzwe Leonidas. Welcome. Last but not least, we have our sister company, I would say the same person that does what we do, or what the team that is in this room has. And here is Golden Tree. We have Ignacio from Golden Tree, who is going to be speaking on how they progress on a number of areas on what they do. Welcome. Thank you very much. I think before I set the scene, ESG is something that is spoken, I think, about in most discussions. And we know that ESG, we're talking about how we balance the profits we get out of the ground, the people, and the planet. And we know that minerals that we extract are non-renewable. So one day they will, they will just finish. And we are here to just set the scene on how the future of this country or of the world will be. And I will start with REMA. And REMA is the Rwanda Environment Management Agency, or the authority that normally oversees the environmental side of it. And as a program manager for environmental mainstreaming and biodiversity conservation, would you please tell us more on how REMA engages with other institutions, government institutions, private sector, to ensure this ESG component is embedded into their day-to-day planning?
Yeah, thank you, Sam. I think, as you mentioned, if we are starting by the mandate of REMA, so we are in charge of supervising, monitoring, overseeing, coordinating all environmental-related issues and climate change. I can say that we are engaging our stakeholders, different partners, maybe in the 3 categories. One, we have the part of mainstreaming the environmental related and the climate change related attention in the national policy, national planning. And for now, maybe Rhoda will explain more how now environmental was scattered in the national planning process. Second is about the different policy that are developed, the regulations, where you do understand that environment is cross-cutting. So we are trying to really to engage all stakeholders in our regulation, in their regulation, how they can really think or also integrate the environmental and climate change issue. So maybe I'm saying environment, but environment is always people and animal, plants, and also the natural resources. So that's second category where we are involving the stakeholders. So also the government has set some policy like environmental and social impact assessment, where before you start any investment, project development, you need to conduct this kind of assessment to see how your project will impact to the environment, also will impact the local community, the people in general, and the world. So from this, maybe this assignment is where we get some challenges. Maybe I will come back to this. But we are engaging all stakeholders. We are conducting public consultant from the local community, Umuturage, there, where the project will be implemented, to the institution in charge, also including other stakeholders that are involved in that project. So including RDB, including Rwanda Water Mining, and other institutions, and partners, NGOs, all those private sector are really involved and are consulted during the development of the project. So other category is where we have our regular inspection. There is a regular joint inspection first, where all related or institution in charge, they are involved in conducting the inspection for from different activities, mining, inspection of the compliance to the regulation regarding the wetland, the water use, the housing, different activities. So we have those joint inspection, but also we have a department in charge as an institution in charge of compliance. Also we have the regular, the daily inspection to check really if people they are complying to the environmental and the social impact assessment they have been conducted, if they are complying to the management plan that they are having. So I come to the issue where maybe the issue comes where we need an action to be taken. So if it comes to the inspection and to the enforcement of the regulation, so people, they need to comply to the regulation. So specifically in mining, we have really identified different environmental and social issues, so which including the illegal mining, there is also the abandoned minings, there is people that are not really taking care on safety and the health of their workers. There is some mining working in closely to the neighborhood, to the local community. We have this washing water that are channeled in water bodies. They are polluting water bodies. They are polluting the wetlands that are used by people. So if it comes here, so now the thing's starting to be somehow challenging. Now REMA is here, but it is not REMA. It is all institution. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll come back to you. The good thing here, we've got mining companies here present.
Yeah, sure.
And REMA, I think mining companies are very good friends of REMA these days. There is, I think friendship is coming up because of these initiatives that have been put in place. But I'll come back to you on, especially on issues. But before that, I'll go to climate change. Mining statistics tells us that around 8% of the emissions, carbon emissions, are coming from mining sector. It looks quite small compared to other emitters, but mining as itself says that. But we couldn't say it's okay. We should just keep quiet and say it's fine. And from civil society organization perspective, how do you ensure that this aspect of climate change is actually also, just like ESG, how do you ensure, how do you come down and ensure that companies understand the impact, the severity of the impact, and help them move into integration, into planning of their projects and considering the climate change issues from a climate change network perspective?
Thank you so much. Before I go into your question, I would simply make a comment. There was a video that was setting stage for this panel. Sure. And when I was looking at the video, I started asking my mind how ridiculous I'm going to be. Because from the civil society point of view, we normally point to where things are not working best. And I was looking at the good work that is being done in the mining week, and I would ask my question, am I not going to make it a bad mining week for the CEO and possibly be taken negatively for that? But yet, because I'm doing this, I have to say this. One, like my colleague from Lima has been saying, we are in a day and a time when climate change is being discussed both nationally and in the international forum. And as you put it right, it contributes to around 7% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. which you may think is small, but it is bigger than the total amount of greenhouse gases emitted by the entire continent of Africa. So if we've been directed as Africans to mitigate climate change, and we are just contributing 4% to the global emissions, then mining should even try to emit much more, because they are contributing to over 8%, which is double the amount of what the entire continent is contributing. That shows you how significant the amount is. But I want to tell you that when you look at the mining, we did, as RCC, then we did an analysis of how the mining policy of 2010 was actually talking to our environment and climate change policy of 2019, and we realized that there were a lot of gaps. But the good story was that the environmental policy and the mining, the mining law and the environmental law, we are talking to one another. So you would at least from the regulatory part think that something is in place to control the actions of the miners. But later on that, irrespective of the existing laws, we are still seeing a lot of environmental degradation. We went to the sites. We realized a lot of things that are quite different from what I saw on the there is a lot to be done. Possibly, that mining company is doing something good, but other mining companies should emulate it and also do the same where they're doing the mining. And as a result, you will get, you can bear with me that we say we have over 900 abandoned mining sites. What do we see on those abandoned mining sites? There are ditches that harbor water. This water is a breeding place for mosquitoes, but sometimes children find themselves swimming in that water. And sometimes during dry season, you may even see some families resorting to that water as a source of water for domestic use. What does it mean? It means a lot of waterborne diseases. It means a lot of malaria, and so many other things. But to mention that even what we call heavy metals that could find themselves downstream within the rivers get polluted with those heavy metals. The vegetables we eat from there could be having those metals. Research has not been taken yet, but we need to warn ourselves about how those heavy metals can find their way into our food systems, and therefore a health hazard is coming in. And therefore I think that within this week, I have been very happy to hear that everybody who is talking comes back to environmental concerns. And environmental concerns are very key. If we are going to align mining with the challenges of climate change, we've got to ensure that it is one of the industries, one of the sectors that are going to contribute to our national economy, but when actually preserving our environment and equally putting in what I can say social safety nets that can support the communities to ensure that their livelihoods are well taken care of. I don't know how much time you had given me.
Just you just need to, yeah, I know you've got passion, but just tell us about climate change and how mining is contributing. You just talked about it, and how companies position themselves in the phase where the world is facing climate change issues. And how do we position ourselves? How would you advise as from a civil society perspective?
We are advocating for climate adaptation strategies in mining processes, which means that we need to do resilient infrastructure development. We need to embark on disaster risk reduction. we need to embark on ecosystems restoration and protection.
Great.
But we are equally advocating for sustainable mining practices, where we need to encourage low impact and green technologies in the mining processes so that we emit the greenhouse gas emissions that are supposed to be mitigated.
Mm-hmm.
We need to support circular economy in mining. I've been hearing people talking about value addition. This value addition should actually work around a circular economy so that what they get out, that is not what they wanted, could also be used for another thing. So the circular economy process can bring us to that level. And I think doing that, it could help to ensure that mining responds to the issues of climate change within this time of climate change era.
Thank you so much. This year's theme resonates more on community development, and on the stage we have somebody from LODA, and LODA is local administrative entities, and we know that much of the work that you do is actually looking for funds, if I would say, that would go back to communities. And my question is like this. We know there is a national revenue sharing scheme that was put in place, and I'm sure you're on top of that, ensuring that communities receive or get something out of what was generated from their mining sites. And from RODA perspective, how is RODA collaborating with government institutions to ensure the voices of people are met, the needs of people are met through that scheme that was put in place?
Thank you, moderator. As you're asking, RODA is supporting local government in planning and project implementation. And when it comes to mining activities, there is a cabinet resolution done on 13 September 2016 saying that the revenues from mining site should contribute in developing surrounding community, and RODA, in collaboration with Minecofin, we are every fiscal year planning try to implement that resolution, and when we do budget distribution to district, specifically for the district where there is mining site, we provide additional budget specifically to implement the project provided by citizen living near the mining site. And the citizen there should know that some projects are implemented, the funding is from the revenue from the mining site. I picked one fiscal year as example, the fiscal year planning for 2021-2022. We have funded 4 projects in Ngororero. The 3 projects were for suspended the bridges. Those projects was provided by citizens to the district, and in Rutsiro, we supported the 2 projects of radical terraces. In Rulindo, also in that fiscal year, we supported the construction of 50 hectares of radical terraces. Also, we supported some projects in Gatsibo, in Burera, and so on. That example is just to show those projects should be social projects that can boost lifestyle of the surrounding community. That's what we try to do in collaboration with Minecofin and the local government, just to show the community living near the mining site that the mining activities has the benefit for them and showing their impact, for them to honor the activities and provide their just owning the activities there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'll come back to you on how citizens actually participate in deciding what projects they need, rather than maybe us thinking we just know what they need. But before that, we go back to the umbrella of mining. The association, I know association has been doing a lot of work, and when we talk of mining, of course, we're not going away from the association. So we've been hearing from all the people that spoke, just spoke about mining is polluting, mining is doing so and so. And as the umbrella or the chamber of mines in this country, what practices or what measures is the association putting in place to just push their stakeholders in ensuring the compliance with regards to environmental protection and other ESG-related matters?
Thank you very much, moderator. Once again, I would like to wish you all a very good International Mining Day. I am having a heart of one of the operators in the mining sector, but also I am a professional geoscientist. So before I answer to your question, I would like to come back to the reason why we are holding this, having this discussion. As you know, in the history of Earth, our planet is about 4.5 to 5 billion years old. And now it's hosting around 80 billion people. So this is the first time the planet is hosting so many people. So the planet is under heavy pressure because of the inhabitants. So people, they need more resources. And to get more resources, we get resources from the planet. Whether we are mining, whether we are cutting trees, whether we are fishing. So we need huge resources to feed, to maintain around 80 billion people on the globe. And this has conducted us to more mining practices. And human beings have not been on the planet for long. It's only around 2 million years for Dr. Dean will rectify if I'm wrong, but it's more or less 2 million years. But the Earth itself is there for 5 billion years. So as we are having more people, we need to see, to strategize how we keep the planet, how we keep the people, and how we make the profits out of the resources the planet is having. So considering that, on the side of Rwanda Mining Association, it's a tough job when we have to look for resources to feed our citizens and feed ourselves and keep our interests, and also safeguard the environment. We are having an industry which is 80% dominated by artisanal and small-scale mining. And this is a devastating, the way we are mining, it's a problem. And one of the practices we are trying to put in place, and we do recommend, is to professionalize mining operations. We were talking last week about the underground mining. And if you go to Rutongo, for example, people have been mining for 100 years almost. But if you see the mountains, the amount of damage which has been caused, and the amount of minerals we've extracted, so you can compare and see what's happening. And we need to reinforce that, so that we change the method of mining. And we are trying to speak to people, to make awareness, to tell them that they can't damage environment. This is one of the measures we are taking, professionalization, underground mining where it's possible, and also we recommend proper processing systems and abandon reverse sluicing. because reverse loosening is creating silicitation, and you got so many sand in the rivers, so we are destroying ecosystems. And this has to stop, and we have to create awareness on really what is required. The environmental impact assessment, the environmental management plans, they have to be set up clearly and put in place. So these on the measures to be taken, to safeguard the environment. We are trying to work jointly with RMB, which is very greater, to conduct some sort of joint inspections and also to advise. We are more working on advising our people, our mining communities, how to safeguard the environment and the importance of safeguard the environment. And secondly, the recruitment of specialists in environment. In the past, people didn't know, myself included, the advantage of safeguarding environment. Maybe it's because of the impact of the humans on the globe. The environment was not significant, but now it is very significant. And it is important to stick on environmentalists who will guide us on the way to progress. We need also to work with local community, with NGOs, also intergovernmental organizations, so that we could rehabilitate the projects, the special open cast for which the projects have been exhausted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Then before I come back to Rema, let me hear from my friend Ignacio from Golden Tree. And we know that mining generates wastes. And wastes which could be detrimental to environment and ecosystems. And yet there is probably opportunities out of the so-called wastes. So would you please share with us your experience and how probably other companies could maybe start doing what you're trying to do?
Thank you so much. I think the first thing, before I answer your question, I would like to say I'm very happy to be here because many of the things that were discussed today here and the points were addressed, like for example, investments, rehabilitation, sustainability, added value. All these things is what we are coming here to do in Rwanda. So ourselves, we are in Muhanga, in the industrial zone. We are not miners, so I think our name is very confusing. Also, we don't do gold. Actually, what we do, we are processors. So in Muhanga industrial zone, we are building a processing facility for tailings. So what we try to do, first of all, I mean, we have like 3 main points we work on. The first thing is we go to the sites, and the sites could be the mines, could be abandoned mines, could be areas that need rehabilitation. And we study what is there and what has to be done from the environmental point of view. So this we discuss with the stakeholders, I mean, we discuss with the owners of the mines, we discuss with the community, and then we make a plan, we make a rehabilitation plan, and well, we intend to take action. So the second point that we do, we discuss with the local communities, because as we were talking here today, at the end of the day, it is on their favor, it's on their benefit. So we try to involve the local community into our plans. So it is not only what to do with the tailings or how to, let's say, guide the water or the paths that needs to be prepared. It is also to involve the people that are working maybe as a local workers. Why not to help them to create cooperatives so that they can be integrated into the real economy, right? So this is our second point. And the third point is it happens in our facility. Our facility, it's a pilot project, and it works like a laboratory of ideas. So one of the points that we were addressing here today, it is about added value. But what does added value means? Everybody maybe is thinking, okay, why don't we refine the coltan and we convert it into tantalum and niobium? But I think things are more simple than that, because to come to that, we need a lot of expertise that maybe we don't have in Rwanda. But we can do simple things. We were talking here about construction material. Yeah, that's one point that can be easily done here locally. So in our case, we are seated in an industrial area, and nearby us we have a cement factory and we have a tiles factory. So we are talking to them because we can do many things together. I mean, in our processing facility, first, of course, we remove the minerals, but then we also have sand that can be used for construction. We also produce feldspar. We also can produce kaolin. There are many things that can be produced and not necessarily needs to be very expensive from the processing point of view. So this is our, let's say, our project for 2025, because we will be commissioned in the first quarter of the next year. And I ask you to please help us a lot, because we will be working together to solve your issues with the tailings and also to give added value. So we will work for many years.
Great, thank you so much. Going back to Rema, Martin, you just talked about disclosure and engaging with affected parties. And I know that as an implementing agency, you also sometimes approve the reports or the audits. And how do you collaborate with companies in as far as making sure that the affected communities actually know what is in their reports? These are very technical reports, which in most cases are very difficult to interpret. Do you also liaise with companies to make sure that they bring out what was studied back to the communities?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. So the environmental and social impact assessment report, the environmental and social audit report, all have the part of the public consultation. So this part is, if it is missing already, the report is really not qualified for approval. So the consultation includes to engage the owners of the project, the local community, the local authorities, to really to start really involving them on the project and how it is sensitive, what is the main key issues that they are seeing that this project is going to bring. And also, they propose how the things can be addressed. So those parts, they are the part of the public consultation are really based to develop the environmental management plans. But maybe we can't really also forget that maybe our expert, our professional specialists, because they are the one who have that expertise to conduct those studies, they are sometimes not explaining to the MDs, to the owners of the project, what is really included in the report. Here is where we need, like there is Rwanda Mining Board, there is REMA. We need that really, if you are conducting this study, please, as the Prime Minister stated, read what is included in your report. Don't take as it's a requirement from Rwanda Mining Board maybe to get a certificate, the mining certificate. But there is a lot of things we need to lead well, understand, and also plan from your plans how you will implement that. And what we have did, so we put like a condition of approval. Condition of approval is a summary of the total report. We have a report of 200 pages, so people can't read that, but you have only 2 pages, which starts which is
summary?
attached to the certificate, the environmental certificate, stating the main and the key issues you need to take care of. So, but people, maybe it is not in our culture, even if the contract, the bank contract, most of the people, they are not reading their own contract, which may cause you some financial issues. So we advocates, we are willing to request the MDs here, the owners of the company, please read your environmental and social compliance report, specifically read the condition for approval, because it's really summarizing all what is included in the report. Yeah.
Do you see a steady progress, or it is?
Yeah, okay. So we need to appreciate what we really have achieved, because for me, specifically, I start in the Environmental and Enforcement Department in 2014. It was terrible. Even if those report was not there, there is no certificate, environmental certificate. People, they only, so we are always in searching and searching for the mining. But today, now we have really the good regulation and policy. So, and also all institutions have started to understand, also to really to focus on the implementation and the enforcement of the regulation. I can't say that now we have achieved our goal, but there is a progress, and we are always seeking the support from all institutions, from our partners, mining partners, in also compliance, because they can also be involved in the regular inspection. Because, as my colleague said, here we watched the good video. That's the best mining you have. But if you see the steep slope of the hill, they are saying that they have planted the trees. It's still a challenge, because before you plant the tree, you need maybe to see how you can reduce that sharpened slope. You do the terraces and you plant. Because sometimes we found the mining, we have did our environmental studies. We have complied. But if you reach to the field, we still have some challenges that they need to address. You see that the plant they have planted, now one rain, during the heavy rain, it's the rain washing all the trees, because the good practice of how we need to plant those trees to protect those slopes then was not really taken into consideration. Maybe this comes to the budget, because they realize the issue of budget. I know the cost for rehabilitation is huge, but when it comes later, if it is in your plan, it is not a burden to the implementer. So in the reports, these environmental reports, each action has the cost, but most of our partners, because now there is a policy in mining to deposit the certain amount of rehabilitation. Now they start saying, no, don't put this amount, please reduce, so that I can deposit a few amount of money. So now, if you are doing like that, when it reaches in terms of rehabilitation, it will be hard for you. But if you are planning with a realistic cost, it will be easy, because it will be included in your daily activity, and the rehabilitation will be easy for you. Yeah.
Sure, I think we should abacukuzi twishimire. Mwumvishije ko narema isigaye ibona ko dukora akazi neza. Urugendo ruracyari rurerure, ariko it looks like we're coming up and sitting on the same table. My last question to Rhoda is just, you talked about some community projects which through that earmarked funds to the district is dedicated to those projects. And do citizens really participate, and do you know that they are actually born from the citizens to ensure the maximum use efficient use of this money or these funds to their meeting their needs?
Thank you again, moderator. Actually, not necessarily for those a few specific projects related to 10% of revenues coming from mining site, but also during the period of planning phase, the general national planning at local government level. For example, this last November was called the month of citizen participation in planning, local government planning. We concluded the month on the 30th in Umuganda by again explaining, asking to community citizens if they participated, they provided ideas, they talk about their needs, what they want to be implemented in their surrounding community. And in that framework, that is the general framework how things is being done, just to show how citizens are involved in the planning and are informed and they are aware, all of them. And in that perspective, local government explained that if there is mining activities there, local government explained to community that they have additional small fund to help them to boost their lives, just to increase their ownership, the awareness about mining activities, and they know which project among many projects they proposed, which one will be implemented in the framework of the revenues related to mining activities. Normally, many of them are social projects, like giving them water access when there is no water around there, maybe rehabilitating health center if there is some issues of health center, maybe construct a health post, let's say rehabilitate school for their children, and more of the project are the project of environment resilience, planting trees, construction of radical terraces to increase crops production for their lives, kind of project, and they know that they have some few additional budget for that in that perspective.
Great.
That is the way the things are being done. Thank
so
you.
Citizens participate actually in the planning, which is really great.
Yes.
My last question to you, for Stay, is again, you're a passionate civil society activist, and with regards to climate change, there's capacity building needs, for example, especially to the communities who most of the times are not really aware of all these kind of issues and impacts. What is your network doing in terms of building community resilience and understanding of the issues?
One thing that we are doing is creating awareness and educating the communities to ensure that they get the knowledge and the skills of adapting to climate change challenges that are here to stay, by the way. When I say they are here to stay, it's because we contribute in significant amount of greenhouse gas emissions, but yet we suffer the most, and we are at the front line of climate change effects. And the only thing you have to do as communities to ensure that we build our resilience and are able to adapt to these challenges so that whenever they come, we are able to resist. So one thing is awareness raising and education, but another thing is doing advocacy work to ensure that we are able to raise resources for the communities to be able to practice those climate actions that can help them to adapt to those challenges. And another thing is trying to ensure that whatever activities people are doing are actually responding positively to environmental challenges. I am very happy to note that at least this time in this house today, I even hear the Mining Association itself talking about adhering to principles of environmental protection, which is a very positive thing.
Good.
When you see the regulator talking about it, you see the practitioner talking about it, then you feel that at least everybody is aware that this is something that we cannot do away with.
Great.
Another thing is that we need to diversify livelihoods. I think you've time and again seen that you will visit mining families that have been mining over time. The father has been mining, the grandfather has been mining, but you see perpetual poverty that links around those communities. And I think one thing you are doing now is even to open up and say, diversify livelihoods, try to see other sources of income that can come your way, that can support you into raising your way of life. But also another thing is trying to promote climate-resilient agriculture practices. Climate resilient in the sense that they are going to be able to respond to the challenges of climate change, come floods, come landslides, come prolonged droughts, they're able to make some bit of resistance.
Great.
But I was also talking about advocating for the social safety nets. In the morning, people were talking about access to resources, access to finance. The communities need to have access to finance. We are talking about corporate social responsibility. The corporates that are in the mining sector need to do something around the communities where they are doing their work. But we have also seen that mining doesn't stop on exploitation. Even the companies who are dealing with trading should equally be able to share part of their revenue back to the communities where this mining is taking place.
Sure.
I think each and every other actor within the sector has to come and think about this, but we also need to think about insurance. How are these people insured? And also, how can they access other forms of skills that can drive them out of poverty? Could be another thing that people can think about.
Right.
And therefore, I think it's holistic in nature that all stakeholders need to find a way. We are talking about over 900 abandoned mining sites. And one thing I think we need to do critically in the House to think about is how do we get those abandoned mining sites rehabilitated?
Great.
We need to raise resources, we need to do advocacy, we need to look around and see how these mining sites should be rehabilitated to ensure that our ecosystem comes back into the original form that it was before.
I think we don't have much time left, but maybe over to you, Leonidas. Are we continuing to mine, or are we going to stop mining? How do you see it? How do you see the future of this sector?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. We can't stop mining. As I said before, and even in my speech, we have to professionalize. We have to change the way we are mining. You think if you go to Australia, you see people, they are mining, but you've got maybe 100 people operating in underground mining, and everybody has got his machines. So the machines are working, and you work underground. Most of the resources are not really on the ground. Most of the resources are deep underneath. And this is what we have to do. We have to assess the resources, to know the character of the deposit. One of the characteristics, of mineral deposits, or what is guiding a mining operation, is mostly exploration. We talked about it. So if you do your proper field reconnaissance survey, you do your proper, geological exploration, you do properly your deposit analysis. It's what we call for C's of the deposit: the character of the deposit, the continuity of the deposit, the calculation, how much ore resource you've got in the ground. So you come to a resource, you come to a reserve, then you come to your confident. How are you confident on the reserves you've got? When you get all these parameters, you come to know, how do I mine this? And how do I mine it professionally? You can also compute how much damage you're going to do to the environment. So you have to minimize the impact of mining on the area surrounding the deposit. But if you do one hole here and another hole there, and one up, one down, left, right, then the whole mountain is full of holes, and it's not working. My understanding, we have all to come together. And this is why we are trying to see the geoscientists. There are so many now. Professor Dean, who is on the front line to train the students for mining. So we get the resource, assessment from those people. In the past, we were very few people. Now we've got so many geologists on the ground. We've got so many environmentalists on the ground. So we are not alone. It's a matter of assessing what do we mine, how do we mine it, how much do we damage, and how do we repair it. So if we get an upfront plan, we can't stop mining. Otherwise, mining should have stopped a long time ago, and it was not the case. So let us work together. Let us put our knowledge, our heads together. We see what is required to safeguard the environment. Of course, Rwanda is a bit particular because I've been a slope analyzer for the Food and Agriculture Organization, where I was quite a young engineer. Rwanda is a very hill, it's 1,000 hills. And the natural erosion itself is a lot. So apart from mining, we have also to see how to, to protect the environment. Agricultural-wise, we have to do really something. The quarry is a problem because an inventory has done recently, and last week we was on a seminar. So we need 26 billion Rwandan francs to rehabilitate the 984 mining sites that he has been talking about. But quarries have been contributing to a lot of damage because if you are mining a quartz site, you just mine a quartz site. But you need a plan. How do you extract it? How is that ore body, if we call it an ore body, what's the gang? Because you are using it for building and construction. So, but you can't just come and cut and dig. You need a plan. How you're going to mine, either it's a quartz site or it's an ore body, and how do you rehabilitate it? How do you bring back the environment you've damaged? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're going to continue mining. Your last few words, resource efficiency. Your last comment, just to end this session. What would you have to say?
Let me try to be very brief. I think everybody here in this room, we like the progress, and we are very much talking about environment. And for me, there are two things clear. Everything either comes from farming or it comes from mining. See this room, for example, these clothes is farming, and this bottle is mining. So we cannot stop mining, coming to your question. I mean, mining, we must do mining. So, but we have to do mining with responsibility. So, and my message here is mining and responsibility, and we also need to find solutions for the problems that we have. So, and that's what we do. Our contribution with our small project is not the solution, obviously, but it helps to contribute to the final solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Dear participants, join me, appreciate the panelists who just shared their insights from REMA, LODA, RCCDN, RMA, and Golden Tree. Thank you so much. I think we can talk and talk and talk, but the good thing is everybody's on track talking about responsible mining. With that, I just declare that we just end this panel because of time. Maybe we can continue networking sessions later and dive into more details. If you have a question, please keep it. You can liaise with them after this session. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate Sam and his panel, please, one more time. Sam, I would not have wanted to be in your shoes. You know, standing in between people's lunch is the most riskiest thing to do. And you did it very well, and your panelists also were amazing, great insights right there. Like Sam said, if you have any question, it doesn't limit you from actually approaching the individual panelists that you wanted to ask a question, you can do so. And one of the places to do so is what we are going to do next, and that is at lunch. We are going to have our lunch break, and please, it is only an hour, and then we come back. From now, 1 hour from now, and then we come back. Now, lunch will be served at the Kigali Serena Hotel, and the ushers are on standby to support you. If it's still drizzling, don't worry. There are umbrellas enough to cover all of us. I also want to remind us that registration is ongoing at the registration desk for tomorrow's site visit at Nyakavingo Mine. If you'd like to visit Nyakavingo Mine,
workers. It uplifts entire communities and lays the foundation for sustainable development. As we gather for this discussion, let us remember, employment welfare is not just a cost of doing business, it's an investment in our shared future.
Indeed. And so I would like to invite the moderator for this session who will steer it nicely to the end, and that is none other than Rennie Patrick Ndaruhutse. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes to be able to invite his panelists for this particular session? Please, let's give him another round of applause, please. One more time. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. As Eugene said, my name's Rennie Patrick Ndaruhutse from PACT, and it's a privilege to be the moderator for this session. I understand that we are in the afternoon and everyone is a bit tired, so we'll try as much as we can to make it as interesting as possible. As Eugene mentioned, this panel is on employment welfare promotion in mining. Employment welfare is critical to the sustainable development of the mining sector of Rwanda. The well-being of mine workers is closely tied to the industry's success as well as community development. That's why in this discussion, we'll delve into the various dimensions of employment welfare, ranging from education and skills development to gender mainstreaming, as well as workers' rights. So without further ado, allow me to call upon the panelists for this panel. Our first panelist is responsible for shaping the minds of countless mining engineers and geologists. Please welcome the Dean of the School of Mining and Geology at the University of Rwanda, Mr. Dean Gwabuhungu. Many mining professionals I speak to aspire to one day work for Trinity Metals. So to help us understand what sets Trinity Metals apart, allow me to introduce the General Manager of Trinity Nyakabingo, Mr. James Mudahunga. Our next panelist is dedicated to enhancing the well-being of mine and quarry workers by empowering them to voice their ideas, challenges, and aspirations. Please welcome the Secretary General of the Rwanda Extractive Workers Union, REU, Mr. Andre Mutsindashyaka. Lastly, we are honored to have a specialist in occupational health and safety. Join me in welcoming the Director of Labor Administration at the Ministry of Public Services and Labor, Mr. Patrick Kananga. Thank you very much to our panelists. And in the interest of time, I think I'll jump straight to the questions. And my first question is addressed to you, Mr. Dean. As I said before, you're responsible for shaping the minds of countless mining engineers and geologists here in Rwanda. So could you tell us how the School of Mining and Geology contributes to bridging the skills gap in the mining industry by ensuring a steady flow of well-prepared workers?
Thank you very much. I have a problem to give a good picture. 2015, today, the journey for skills, education in mining, for academia perspective, is now actually completed. Because first year I was alone, second year we were 5, now we are 23 after some years. At the beginning, PhD holders, I was alone, other was bachelor degrees, and now we have 5 PhD holders, a professor, and the team is actually constituted. And we do no longer rely to visiting lecturer, because visiting lecture was served us a lot from the beginning. And I needed to thank my colleague from around the world who come to support the construction of the school, because we have professor from Australia coming to teach here, professor from UK coming to teach here, professor from Belgium coming to teach. But now we are a team of Rwandese, coming from abroad, of course, but we are a Rwandese team of academia. That's one. That's saying that we are able now to teach high standard mining program as Rwandese, to teach Rwandese. For us, it was one first victory we can consider. Secondly, now, we needed to be adapted by the mining industry. We needed to send our team in the society we are living in, and I can, without making too much error, rely on feedback from industry I receive. Many people told me, including a captain from industry, that our graduates are working well. Even today, I was with someone from East, who is probably in the room, telling your young people are good, they are working well. For me, that is something to reply to your answer. We are working hard and we are still in progress, but at the level we are in Rwanda, captain from industry can rely on geologists and mining engineers trained locally at the standard of international standard. Of course, we know that we still need to progress. The program we opened with was mining engineering and applied geology program. Actually, in Rwanda, the only one program of geologists is it in the School of Mining at the University of Rwanda. But there is a program of mining engineering at EPRC, which is also good, and we have a program for mining engineering at the University of Rwanda. Now we are planning to go and answer the question we found in the mining industry. One of them was limited skill in metallurgy. Very, very limited skill and non-professional training. We are now working on creating a bachelor degree. Since last year, it's a long journey. Those who know academia, it takes a long time to get accredited program. We started now the curriculum design is completed. We send from partner around the world to review our first draft. When the review will come, the college will adopt it. When the college adopts the first, we go to Senate of university, need to adopt, then go to HEC for evaluation and get the accreditation. It takes some time, but we are on that journey. We are also planning to answer the market question in creating a master's program on applied geology in mineral exploration. Also, the process is ongoing. These two programs are those who are in pipeline, but we have other programs still in pipeline, depending on the industry demand. So for me, the University of Rwanda, we are working with the mining industry because our mining sector are very close to the university. Our students go for internship. Our students go professional internship. And our academic staff work with the students for final year project, answering questions from mining industry. Actually, since the creation, I told you in 2015, our first graduate in 2019, the first batch, it was a big promotion, 102. But since then, the second year it was 79, the third year was 34, then 52, recently we graduated 44, around 311 graduates from mining industry are already in the market, and they are still continue to come in. We do not expect to complete skill gap totally, but if I compare from the time I come and create an association with my colleague Leonidas and a few who are still here, Evode, probably we were 44 geologists in this country, and most of them was above 60. I was among the youngest at that time. So now we have a good skill ready to serve the community. So in education perspective, we are in good. Challenge will still be there, but we are bridging the gap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. It sounds like it was a very challenging journey, but you saw the gap of skills and you actually took the step to try and bridge that. And we thank you for all the efforts and all the energy you put into it. So now it seems like you held your end of the bargain. So I have to now turn to the employer. And if you allow me to ask you, Mr. James, could you share with us Nyakabingo's success story on employment welfare promotion, focusing mainly on gender mainstreaming, early childhood development, payment structures, as well as insurance coverage for workers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to invite all to come tomorrow to visit Nyakabingo mine, Trinity. I can say it is a fantastic mine. If you miss to come to Nyakabingo tomorrow, don't ask. And also, I am happy to sit in front of my bosses and the CEO of Rwanda Mining Board, because mostly my job is underground. It is not so easy, James. I want to tell you what is going on to Nyakabingo now. According to the development and engaging the people, or the people, the miners we are working with, and the community, I can say it is almost 100%. We are still have a journey, but we are in the way to achieve it. Since 2022, Nyakabingo, you have got a very big change because of the investment. In that time, was getting almost 29 tons, but now we are achieving every month 100 tons plus. It is now 7 months we are getting 100 tons. That is a fantastic job we are doing to Nyakabingo. We have achieved a lot of things because of the investors we have now. They are helping us a lot according to the equipment. They are giving us equipment, trainings. Everything we are achieving, it is because of the investors we have. And I appreciate my country to bring the good investors, and we need more like them as a Trinity Group or Trinity Metals. Let's go to the engagement of our miners and community at large. We are paying our miners on time. We are getting almost 1.2 million every month, USA dollars. But from that, our miners, they are getting 0.5 million every month. It is because you see even the community there, they are happy. If you come to visit us tomorrow, you are going to see the changes. Our miners, we are paying them all insurance. They are paying RSSB, they are paying Ejoheza, everything, you know, according to our law, we are paying it. And the chance you have, it is an international company. It is not a company like the company we have here in the country. We have many companies, but Nyakabingo, Trinity Nyakabingo is better because of the skills we have now. To the community, how we are achieving community, the system we are using, if you want to achieve community and you stop the illegal miners in the area, you make a relationship with the local leaders from Mudugudu level to the sector. We work with opinion leaders, police, all the people that are surrounding the mine. We work with them. It is what we are succeeding there. We are working together. There is one thing that happened there. Last 3 months was having illegal miners in Nyakabingo. Fight with our asset protection every night. But what I see, what happened to Nyakabingo, I see what I can solve this problem. What I did, I go house to house for the people. I discuss with the local leaders. Then I start to engage them. Now, where we are now, the people, they are security of the mine. I am not only engaging the men of the miners, even the ladies of the illegal miners, when you go to the house, the biggest problem of creating illegal miners in our country, people surrounding the mine, the younger boys and girls, they don't have a chance to go to school because they born there as in a mining areas. They starting to get money, small money. They refuse to go to school. What I did in Nyakabingo mine, we start putting the younger girls and boys to school. We pay them school fees. It is now 10 years. Some of them, they are universities. It is why now in Nyakabingo we are achieving our goals. If you don't do that, forget great production. Make safety first. Even the people surrounding the concession is your safety. If you don't keep them well, you are going to create the enemies for nothing. It is how you see Nyakabingo is achieving. Now, the ladies for illegal miners. I think tomorrow we are going to meet some of them. They have cooperatives. The company now is supporting them. And even our miners, they are mobilized the way they are supporting each other. We give them the cooperatives. We are giving them the cows, goats, chickens, everything they have. We are going to see it tomorrow. And imagine, we are busy building the bus station. It's going to cost us around 300 million. But opinion leaders and the miners, already they have contributed almost 70. And I appreciate our CEO, Peter Gereta, is there. Thank you very much. Your contribution to our country and our community at large. Thank you very much. We appreciate what you are doing. And continue. And as you know, James, I like development. I can't work in some places, then I see the people, they don't develop it. I think it is because I born in the villages. I know how the villages is. I am not a stay-born. I am in the city almost 30 years, but I'm from the villages. That is helping me to help my friends in the villages. If I have time, you can ask me questions. I think even you can leave, then tomorrow you can see physically. Thank you.
Definitely, yes. There will be a time for questions from the audience. But I have to say that I like, you've shared so much insight, including how you've integrated illegal miners and turned them into valuable asset for the company. And that's something that is very impressive, if you ask me. But one thing that stood out for me is when you say that you make sure to pay workers on time. I say this because it builds up to my next question to Mr. André, the SG of REU. My question to you, Mr. André, as the head of the syndicate that advocates for mine workers' rights, how do you align your work with employment welfare promotion?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Before replying to your question, allow me to go back where the mining employment, it comes. When we started the union in 2014, the situation that in this industry, it was really bad because the employees who had the contract, it was on the rate of 2%, but nowadays we arrive on 34%. So as you understand, there is a good improvement, even if there are still some challenges. And you can ask us how a trade union It can be linked with how the mining and the community, it links with the economic growth. Of course, some people, when they understand the trade union, automatically they think about the strike. They think about the increment of the salaries. They think about, so more and more requests from related with the employees' benefits. Yes, of course, the employees or the workers' trade union are looking for workers' rights. Immediately, you understand the wages are coming in the first. But in our philosophy, we promote the social dialogue. We promote the workers' rights. And also, we promote how the employees and employers can have the good relationship in order to increase the production and also to increase the wages they are earning. Coming back to your question, you see, we have various mining companies in our country. They employ the people. And once they employ the people, those employees are getting salaries. And when they go to salaries, those salaries are the income distributed into the various villages. And our missions at trade union is to work for the rights of those workers. Is it those kind of jobs are them decent ones? Those workers are getting the contract, the written contract. Those mining engineers who nowadays were coming into the companies are getting the fair wages. Those are the issues we advocate for with various mining companies, and we think the companies nowadays, they understand what we are advocating for. They are increasing the salaries, and the others, those unskilled people, also they are starting to pay them. Recently, we negotiated, and still now, we are in negotiation for having some incentive of those mining workers, so that in our industry, we have around 81% of those employees in the industry are paid based on the production. And once they don't get the production, sometimes they go home with their hand empty. And so that as union, we approached the employers, we approached the association in order to make the advocacy. And some employers, we concluded the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement at company level, and so that they set the minimum payment, those kind of incentive at company level, and they are paying well. And of course, one of them, we are sitting together with the Trinity Metals here, and they have set the minimum payment of 3,000, even you got minerals or not. And once they got target, they are paying, based on the production, they got bonuses. And so that as the people, as those workers are motivated, of course, they produce more. And so that as they got more production and more remuneration, those income goes to the community, and then you find into the community, those incomes are distributed well. And so that in conclusion on your questions, our work is to promote those kind of decent work, the social dialogue, fair wages, and also to request the employers to put those employees into the social security through Rwanda Social Security Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andre, and it's very impressive what the union is doing, helping to set minimum wage for mine workers. It's also impressive to see that contract formalization was at 2%, and the union managed to move it to 34%. That's very impressive. I understand that there's still work to do, but that's very impressive, and we thank you for that. And moving on to our next panelist, occupational health and safety is also critical to employment welfare. So allow me to ask you, Mr. Patrick, as you may already know, the extractive industries is one of the biggest industries here in Rwanda. and it employs over 70,000 people. So from a regulatory perspective, how best could mining operators uphold labor and occupational health and safety standards?
Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, I want to apologize that my voice is not very much clear, but I'll try my best to speak. First of all, I want to thank my colleagues, the dear panelists, for what they have already spoken about. And I think my job is going to be a little bit easier. First of all, I want to say that I'm going to talk about 3 points. One is where we are coming from. Number 2, it is why we should do what we are doing. And number 3, how we should do it, or maybe what we should be doing. And starting with where we are coming from, I want to first of all say that I want to congratulate Rwanda Mining Board, Rwanda Mining Association, and all the actors in the mining industry for this very significant milestone that they have already achieved in promoting the mining industry, and specifically what has already been done in this mining week. And when we look at the theme of this year, particularly the theme, or maybe the topic we are discussing about on this panel, the welfare of the workers, it is really impressive to discuss about it. If I could say where we're coming from, first of all, we need to remind ourselves that this is in line with the government target in the NST2, National Strategy for Transformation 2, because we have a target that we need to create at least 250 decent and productive jobs. And if you're talking about the welfare of workers, already we are in line with this national target. And the key word here is not just that we are going to create jobs, but the jobs should be decent and productive. And the welfare of workers that we are talking about here, it is already the distance of the jobs. So this is where we need to first understand from the background. And number 2, we could talk about the safety of the workers, we need to again remind ourselves that from this perspective of distance of the jobs, normally when we measure decent work, we have 10 indicators. First of all, we have that we need to create jobs. That is indicator number 1. Number 2, we need to have the jobs that are safe and healthy, and that is where safety and health comes in. That is the indicator number 2 of decent work. Number 3, it is the voice of workers at work. And number 4, it is what we call stability at work. And that is why we are going to talk about things to do with written employment contract, because we want our workers to be stable at work. And if we could issue them with written employment contract, then we are trying to create stability at work. The mining sector is no longer volatile in terms of employability. So this is very key, and again, that is the indicator of decent work. We need to look at the social security. Today, when we can have a look at the labor law, Article 19, it is very crucial that we understand what that article provides. It says that every employer, whether in informal or informal sector, workers should be in RSSB, should be in social security. And again, we need to look at what we call, this is a new concept that we call work-life balance, where we need to make sure that, again, this is again related to the working time. We need to make sure that workers are working, but they need to take care of their social part, and that is the work-life balance. So basically, this is what we need to understand when we talk about decent work. Now, But in all of those indicators that I've already mentioned, measuring decent work, I want to say that safety and health is that indicator where we are performing poorly as a country, and in all sectors, mining sector included. So I wanted to bring this background so that we understand that much as we are celebrating what we have achieved, we need to understand that safety and health of workers is still an indicator where we are performing poorly in all industries in our country. So this gives us a very huge task as we go forward. And now, I want to go to the second part because maybe this could take very much time to explain where we're coming from. Now, why we should take care of the safety, welfare of the workers. This is the second point of my discussion. First of all, we need to understand that safety and health of workers, doing it is just being human. We need to be human. I believe that nobody here wants to have a company where workers are going to die, workers are going to lose parts of their bodies, workers are going to just be miserable, yet they came to our companies to have work that should take themselves out of the poverty, take care of their families. So I think we need to be, first of all, human and promote safety and health for workers. Number two, we need to understand that by implementing safety and health at work, it is an international and national legal obligation. I want to say that in 2022 June, in Geneva, the International Labour Organization declared safety and health at work as a universal human right. So by so doing, and I want to highlight this, when something is considered as universal human right, fundamental principle right at work, we need to understand that even if the country did not ratify that convention, and this is Convention 11155 and Convention 187, the country has got an obligation to report each and every year to that obligation. So we are just no longer doing it just because we want, or maybe because we want to be human, but we want to again do it because it is a universal human right. Number three, we need to do it, and this is again what I'm going to talk about here. It is in line with the video that we've watched earlier on. They said safety and health is just not a cost, it is a good investment. So we need to do this because it is a good investment. So first of all, we need to protect our workers, and for those who have the knowledge about the human resource, they understand very clearly that the greatest companies are the companies that understand that the human resource are the greatest asset of their companies. So this is where we are coming from when we say that this is a good investment, because we don't want to lose these good employees that we've already trained. We don't want to lose these experienced employees. If the dean already said that they have invested a lot, we need to take care of these very experienced and skilled people. But again, we need to understand that by so doing, there is what we call what we call lost working days. When workers have got the accidents and they're going to be out of work for some days. This is what in labor we call lost working days, and we need to cost, or maybe understand the cost implication about these lost days. There is absenteeism that comes with the ill health of workers, injured workers. This is again very important to understand as we talk about safety and how it is a good investment. But again, there is something that has been in pipeline, the discussion. When you look at the policy of safety and health that was adopted by the cabinet in 2014, there is this principle that we call polluter pays principle, where normally this has been under discussion, where we need to understand that in some countries, you pay social security in terms of the damage that you have caused. Of course, it's not yet the case today, but going forward, probably we need to prevent so that we are not in that situation. I want to finish with what we need to do. First of all, when you look at the national policy and the national strategy of 2019, there are 3 phases that we need to understand. The country itself set 3 phases. The phase number 1, as we promote safety and health at work, it is to establish the clear policy and legal framework. And I think I can say that for that phase number 1, we are up there as a country. We have the necessary legal instruments. The phase number 2, it is enforcement. We need to be compliant. And this is where I want to urge all the employers who are here that we need to be compliant with the laws. Number 3, and this is the phase number 3, we need to have the safety and health culture, what we call culture. That is when you have graduated from enforcement and safety has become a culture. Excuse me. This is where I want to be. If you are talking about sustainable mining, we need to shift from just enforcement to safety culture. And that is where Rwanda Mining Board, the Minister of Labor, and everybody in the government are going to have an easy job. We are no longer going to need to have a big number of inspectors because employers themselves are able to inspect themselves, because there is that ownership, because workers have ownership, because the entire organization have got the culture. So I think as we talk about the sustainability, those are the 3 phases that we need to go through, but unfortunately, we are still in the enforcement phase, but we are very much optimistic that soon, not later, we are going to be in that phase where we are going to be in a safety culture. Now, for us to have the safety culture, when you look at our legal framework, for example, in Article 81 of the labor law, it talks about the safety culture. It says that employers should have what we call occupational safety and health management system. And the management system is just summarized in 4 stages. It is the planning, actually we call it PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act. And we are still lagging behind, or maybe we are still falling short when it comes to planning. We are acting when we did not plan. We are implementing what we did not plan. Because the law says and the policy says that every employer, every mining sector, because we are in mining employers here, should have safety, first of all, conducted the annual risk assessment and eventually develop the policy that has got an implementation plan that is going to implement the policy that you've established. So I wanted to urge you, as I conclude, that if we want to have the culture, we need to have a proper planning. Safety and health should be an integral part of the business process, not something that we are going to do in an ad hoc manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick. You've shared so much insightful information about health and safety, and I'm sure if you had more time, you would even share even more. 2 specific things that I picked up from what you said is health and safety is not a cost, it's an investment. And I need the audience to understand this, especially the mine owners. Health and safety shouldn't be perceived as a cost of a company, it should be perceived as an investment for the future. One last thing that you said is we need to protect the workforce that we worked hard to develop. It would be unfortunate to lose someone that you worked hard to train and to give the knowledge. And I think this concludes the questions I had from our panelists. But before we close the panel, I'll look to the audience and pick 1 to 2 questions. And when you ask your question, please specify the panelist you would like to address the question to. If there's people with mics at the back, they can help us to, if you have a question, Please raise your hand, and then the people with the mic will come to you. Yes, I see one hand here.
Thank you so much. My name is Glorious. I'm the project manager of Better Mining in Rwanda. Better Mining is a program implemented by a UK company called RCS Global. We ensure that the upstream companies works in compliance with international and national guidelines, and that's where the community comes in. I take this opportunity to appreciate Trinity Nyakabingo as one of our clients who played a big role in community support. We used to record a lot of incidents in regards of illegal mining, which was a threat to the community surrounding Trinity Nyakabingo. But since May until today, there's no incident recorded in regards of that issue. So thanks a lot to the Trinity Metals in general and James Mudahunga, the general manager of Trinity Nyakabingo. This is really important. It is a big deal, especially for the midstream and downstream members, because they really are concerned with the compliance of upstream companies. Some of them, some of the smelters, some of the end users of minerals, they don't even know where is Rwanda or anything about this region, but they want to understand the image or to know the concept or in general how we extract materials in Rwanda. So I take this opportunity to thank you a lot for the support you give to the community around Nyakabingo, especially women, and also encourage other miners in the room to adopt this strategy that James has adopted. It is really working. As I said, since May until today, we have 0 record of incident in regards of illegal mining. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the great remarks. And I see one hand in front here, on this row.
Thank you so much. I'm Johnny Kanyanjira from Rwanda Mines Board. Just to have a simple question. The previous presentees, they say that we still keep seeing the poverty prevailing around the mines. And I think that's not because it's a less-paid sector, and I am sure that mining sector pays more than the other sector, like agriculture, like maybe industry, I don't know. But I think there's that concept, maybe which I can call misconcept, where the miners, they say that since I will keep getting more money, maybe let me use all my money today, tomorrow I'm likely to get other money or I am likely to get paid. So my question goes to the labor union, I don't know. What are you planning to do to change that concept? Instead of seeing the owner of the bars just operating near the mine, getting richer and richer, but our miners keep, the poverty keep prevailing among those miners, which in fact makes our sector or that concept of saying that the money from minerals are cursed. Instead of making you rich, it makes you more poorer. So just, I want to share with the attendees that what are you planning to do to make sure that our miners are getting rich and well off as they are getting money. Thank you so much.
Mr. Andre, I think that question, it's a very hard one, but I believe you're the right person to answer it.
Yeah, thanks to John Kanyangira for the good question. And instead, the miners are getting much money, but they are not all those miners. Some of them are getting much money, others are getting zero money because they don't get production. Of course, the first thing we plan to do is to educate, to make education on the serving culture. And also there is a new system introduced in the mining industry, which is called Ingomane. And that system of Ingomane will help us and will help them also to be paid through bank account. You see, most of those employees are paid in hand. According to our recent assessment, we find that 86% are paid in hand, those miners employed, paid based on the production. And so that once that system can be introduced in human resource management, also it will help to contribute for those miners for not spending all amount they got at the end of month or at the end of each week, and so that they get it from the bank, and so that they will go to the bank to withdraw slowly, and at the end, they will reach on the level to understand the culture of saving. Of course, it goes together with the training we conducted on the field. And the second point, it is what I have said before. For those miners who are not got the production, and they go home without any remuneration because they don't go to production. Of course, we understand it is a big challenge in the industry. And for solving that question, we have agreed, we have conducted the negotiation with the Rwanda Mining Association, as they represent the employers, and as we represent the employees, to set up a kind of a minimum incentive amount to be paid for those employees. And we came up on 1,500 Rwandan francs as a minimum amount to take it like an incentive for those workers who are not getting the production per day, instead of goes at home without any amount, any payment, and so that it will help them to have something to eat, to take care of their family, and it will contribute to reduce the poverty in those communities surrounding the mining industry. That is the 2 points on what we are doing, and soon we hope we will sign that kind of collective bargaining agreement at sectorial level, and so that it will be used. But I can use this opportunity to call upon the employers, even they can start even now. For those who are not paying something when there is no production, they can introduce it while we are waiting to sign that CBA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre, for that great answer. And I promised you a very interesting panel, but unfortunately time is not on our side. I still see that there's so many hands up, but the good thing about the Mine Week is not a daily event, it's a 3 days event. So please hold on to your questions. There's going to be a cocktail after this. And when you get a chance to meet with one of the panelists, you can ask them the question. But unfortunately, we're running out of time and we cannot take any more questions. But as we come to the end of this panel, I want everyone to reflect on all the information that was shared today. We were reminded that the School of Mining and Geology was built to bridge the skills gap that was present in the mining industry. We were reminded that we should not miss the trip to Nyakavingo tomorrow because there's so much in store. So those who miss, it's up to them. And we are also reminded that
mine owners have to pay miners on time. We were reminded that employment contracts used to be at 2%, and now they are at 34%, which is something that is very impressive and shows that the hard work and dedication that is going into developing this sector is not going to waste. Lastly, we were reminded that health and safety is not a cost, but a future investment for a company. We have to protect the workforce that we worked hard to develop. And with that, our panel discussion comes to an end, and allow me, on behalf of all the panelists here, to thank you for paying attention, and let me wish you a pleasant evening, and we hope to continue networking during the cocktail. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rennie, and all the gentlemen on that panel for the great insights. And I believe that this was definitely one of the best, well-organized in terms of the substance, the focus areas. We have had a 360 approach on all the issues that we need to be talking about. But the key thing we need to know is that we now need to ensure that we are walking the talk. I would like now to bring down the curtain slowly and nicely of this particular event, and I would like to humbly invite the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Rwanda Mines, Petroleum and Gas Board, Alice Uwase, to come and give the closing remark. Let's appreciate her as she comes, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you all for coming to the Mining Week. I would like to particularly appreciate our mining companies, the MDs, the technical teams, and the big team from the University of Rwanda. I think another part went to the laboratory, so the CEO was not able to join this last session, as he is now with the team at the Geoscience Lab. So we thank you for all your contribution. We thank you for your attention. We thank you for your time to join us for the Mining Week. And we hope it has been an insightful one. And I hope you got the chance to visit the exhibition and network a little bit more with the other colleagues and stakeholders. So the door is open with Rwanda Mining Board. Feel free to reach out to us for any further information. So thank you all. Murakoze mwese kuba mwaje. Cyane cyane abantu baturutse mu ntara turabashima ko mwihaye upene yo kuza tukabana natwe mukaduha n'ibitekerezo. Twakomezanya rero muri gahunda ya cocktail mu kanya ni haruguru muri Kivu, I think. Yes. Haruguru aho twafatiye coffee mu gitondo, and then dufatanye tugane noneho na details zindi twifuza kuganira nk'abacukuzi. Murakoze.
Can we appreciate Deputy CEO one more time? Well done. Well done. So I want to make just a few announcements. One of them is that if you have registered for the Nyakamigo mine visit, the departure will be at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and the departure point will be from the RMB offices at the RDB building in Gishushu. Please make sure that you're there earlier so that you are leaving together with everybody else. Like the Deputy CEO said, up next is the cocktail. Please lose yourself. Remember, everything that happens at the cocktail stays at the cocktail. Have a good one. live from the 7th edition of the Rwanda Mining Week 2024. As always, my name is Eugene Anangwe. Thank you very much. God bless you. See you next time.